After that open, he's sitting on negative $431.60 for the day at 9:38 a.m. ET. Tournament cushion is saving him, not today's tape.
Gasping, wait, Anson Saji is suddenly second with a tournament net of negative $80.50 at 9:38 a.m. ET. That's not pretty, but it's less red than everyone else actually trading.
Remarkably, Rahul Davis now sits third with a tournament net of negative $615 at 9:38 a.m. ET. One aggressive ticker has materially altered the podium geometry.
"12 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and Jayaveer Madali still reigns supreme with a tournament net of $420 at 9:41 a.m. ET. After that brutal open, the leader refuses to fall.
Nemu just keeps chewing him up. Rahul Davis slammed to negative $640.50 at 9:41 a.m. ET. Micron is a blender and he jumped in twice.
The sequence is statistically violent. Negative $496 at 9:35 a.m. ET, negative $603 at 9:36 a.m. ET, negative $784 at 9:37 a.m. ET, and back to negative $640.50 at 9:41 a.m. ET. On MU, that is extreme intraminute volatility concentration.
Gasping, and Manish Kapoor sneaks into third with a tournament net of negative $60 at 9:41 a.m. ET. One trade, one short, and he's on the podium.
It is academically fascinating. Despite a negative $799.10 shock at 9:31 a.m. ET and dual hits moments later, Jayaveer Madali's prior gains preserve rank 1 at 9:41 a.m. ET. Variance has not yet dethroned consistency.
6 hours and 18 minutes remain in the elevator division. MU volatility ripping, leaders bleeding but standing, and $1,000 waiting for whoever masters the madness. "16 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and Javier Madali still commands first place with a tournament net of $728.75 at 9:46 a.m. ET after surviving that brutal open.
AMZN just launched Ane Sensaji into orbit. Positive $408 at 9:45 a.m. ET, and then positive $366 at 9:46 a.m. ET. Amazon is printing green fireworks.
Meanwhile, MU turned Rahul Davis into a cautionary tale, negative $652 at 9:45 a.m. ET after a string of red prints. That ticker chewed him up.
Gasping, it was a slide, negative $538 at 9:42 a.m. ET, negative $385.50 at 9:43 a.m. ET, then slammed again to negative $565.50 at 9:44 a.m. ET on MU. Absolute turbulence.
That surge vaults as Sensaji firmly into second place, 7 trades deep and riding pure momentum off Amazon's spike.
Curiously, Sudhir Kumar Chitla sits third with a tournament net of $0 at 9:46 a.m. ET, minimal activity, minimal variance, yet technically on the podium.
Rahul Davis now staring at a tournament net of negative $618.50 at 9:46 a.m. ET. That's what happens when you marry one volatile chipmaker at the Open.
The leaderboard is splitting into two philosophies. Javier Madali defending a $728.75 cumulative fortress at 9:46 a.m. ET. AN Sensaji charging with fresh AM Zen momentum, and 6 hours 14 minutes left for chaos to rewrite everything. "20 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Javier Medali still commands the throne with a tournament net of $898.90 at 9:50 a.m. ET. After that brutal open, the king rebuilt the castle.
Statistically elegant Ansayan Saji now holds a cumulative tournament net of $691 at 9:50 a.m. ET, a dramatic ascent powered by sequential upside volatility.
Gas peak just nuked Sudhir Kumar Chitla down $892 at 9:50 a.m. ET on that symbol alone. That is a full red screen moment.
Indeed, Sudhir Kumar Chitla registers negative $689.50 tournament net at 9:50 a.m. ET, placing him 7th overall, a statistically severe early drawdown.
Don't sleep on Anil Sununi, quietly holding third with a tournament net of $19.03 at 9:50 a.m. ET. In this storm, green is gold.
AM Zen earlier lit the fuse and TSLA finished it. AN Sansaji is stacking green candles like trophies at 9:50 a.m. ET.
6 hours and 10 minutes remain. Javier Madali leads at $898.90. AN Sansaji is charging at $691, and the $1,000 crown is trembling at 9:50 a.m. ET. 24 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Javier Madali still commands first place with a tournament net of $937.25 at 9:54 a.m. ET. The crown is glowing bright.
Meanwhile, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is sitting on a tournament net of negative $1,059.50 at 9:54 a.m. ET. That's not a dip, that's a crater.
Hard just detonated again, negative $1,262 at 9:54 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla on that ticker alone. Every minute, it's another red flash.
The progression is statistically brutal. KR printed negative $1,808 at 9:52 a.m. ET, then negative $1,500.50 at 9:53 a.m. ET, and negative $1,262 at 9:54 a.m. ET. A cascading volatility spiral.
But feel the momentum shift. TSLA just pumped positive $302 at 9:53 a.m. ET for AN Saji, and AMA Zen stacked positive $339 at 9:52 a.m. ET. This is a full-on comeback surge.
Gasping and sneaking in third, it's Anil Sonoon with a tournament net of $19.58 at 9:54 a.m. ET. Quiet, careful, and suddenly on the podium.
"28 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and Javier Madali is still your overall leader with a tournament net of $1,108.60 at 9:58 a.m. ET. The crown is dented, but it is not falling.
TSLA just went nuclear for NS and Saji plus $420 at 9:50 a.m. ET and another $302 at 9:53 a.m. ET. He is farming volatility.
And don't forget AMSN plus $378 at 9:51 a.m. ET and plus $339 at 9:52 a.m. ET. That's not luck, that's pressing when the tape pays.
Absolute disaster on KR. Sudhir Kumar Chitla slammed with a negative $753 big loss at 9:51 a.m. ET, and then another negative $550.50 at 9:56 a.m. ET. This ticker is relentless.
Groaning keeps tagging Rahul Davis, negative $499.50 at 9:53 a.m. ET, and negative $463 at 9:56 a.m. ET. Micron's been a tax collector all morning.
Gasping, sneaky climb, Manish Kapoor holding a tournament net of $23.50 at 9:58 a.m. ET with just 3 trades. Low volume, steady heartbeat.
Leaderboard locked at 9:58 a.m. ET. Jayavir Madali first. ANC and Saji surging second. Manish Kapoor gripping third. Volatility roaring through TSLA. AMSNU and Car as the $1,000 top prize waits for its next victim or hero. "30 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and Jayavir Madali is still your overall leader with a tournament net of $1,019.07 at 10 a.m. ET, over $1,000, separating him from the pack.
TSLA and AMZ had just went turbo for Ines and Saji. TSLA popped $302 at 9:53 a.m. ET, and AMZ had stacked $339 at 9:52 a.m. ET. Green candles everywhere. Gasping just would not let up. Rahul Davis slammed to negative $533.50 at 10 a.m. ET on Micron after that brutal cascade.
That places Rahul Davis at a tournament net of negative $508 at 10 a.m. ET, a drawdown almost entirely attributable to concentrated MU exposure.
And Car absolutely detonates. Sudhir Kumar Chitla down negative $2,399 at 10 a.m. ET on that ticker alone.
Quiet climb alert. Harsh Tambat sitting second with a tournament net of $42.77 at 10 a.m. ET off just one trade.
6 hours left, $1,000 for first place, and the elevator division is already dripping with volatility. Leaders holding strong, challengers scrambling, and the tape still hungry. 34 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and Javier Madali still commands the grand leaderboard with a tournament net of $1,058.70 at 10:04 a.m. ET, over $1,000, and defending the throne.
2 trades, clean execution, and a tournament net of $394.80 at 10:04 a.m. ET. That's how you climb without lighting your account on fire.
Meanwhile, ANSAN Saji stabilizes in third with a tournament net of $92.50 at 10:04 a.m. ET, a modest but statistically resilient buffer above the median field.
Gas Pili is absolute chaos. Sudhir Kumar Chitla was down negative $2,399 at 10 a.m. ET, then negative $2,000.50 at 10:01 a.m. ET, and it's still bleeding.
Even after partial rebounds to negative $1,527.50 at 10:02 a.m. ET and negative $1,605.50 at 10:04 a.m. ET, the aggregate drawdown remains structurally severe.
That's a slide from negative $350.50 at 9:55 a.m. ET to negative $463 at 9:56 a.m. ET, and worse after. Micron's been expensive tuition.
"38 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and Javier Madali still commands first place with a tournament net of $1,076.18 at 10:08 a.m. ET. The crown is shining bright.
That Amazon tape jerked him from negative prints to triple-digit green in minutes. Now he's parked at $398 overall at 10:08 a.m. ET, clean recovery. I'll give him that.
Statistically elegant execution from Harsh Tembat. AMD alone positions him at a tournament net of $394.80 at 10:08 a.m. ET, a highly concentrated yet efficient allocation of risk.
Groaning. That's not volatility, that's a demolition. One ticker, car, and he's sitting at negative $2,679 at 10:08 a.m. ET. Tournament math just turned brutal.
Meanwhile, Rahul Davis is fighting to breathe. MU dragged him to a tournament net of negative $27.50 at 10:08 a.m. ET, but he's still in the arena.
And don't forget the volume spikes. AMZN headlines everywhere, and AN Sensaji capitalized. That ticker is twitchy and he's surfing it.
Quiet Assassin Award goes to Harsh Tumbat. 2 trades, AMD, and he's breathing down second place at $394.80 at 10:08 a.m. ET. Efficient, surgical.
The elevator division is alive. Green surges, red collapses, and $1,000 for first place still hanging above this battlefield. "42 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Javier Madali still commands the grand leaderboard with a tournament net of $1,150.38 at 10:11 a.m. ET. He is defending that $1,000 throne.
Screaming W just keeps printing for Ensign Saji, another $448.50 pop at 10:10 a.m. ET, and that ticker is basically a rocket strapped to his back.
Statistically elegant. Multiple AMESN impulses between 10:05 and 10:10 a.m. ET have lifted AN Saji to a tournament net of $137.50 at 10:11 a.m. ET, solidifying third place.
Groaning. That wasn't a dip, that was a crater. Carr tagged him with a big loss of negative $962.50 at 10:05 a.m. ET and never gave the money back.
And SVR Araju just took a brutal swing. Big loss of negative $504.40 at 10:11 a.m. ET. The mid-table is shaking.
Meanwhile, Varaprasad Goli is experiencing concentrated dual ticker stress. ASTS and GHRS combined for a slide to negative $1,084.17 at 10:11 a.m. ET, a statistically severe drawdown cluster.
All this chaos and Javier Madali just watches from the top $1,150.38 tournament net at 10:11 a.m. ET and 0 new trades today. Sometimes the best move is no move.
5 hours and 48 minutes left in the trading arena. Volatility ripping through KR, AMSN, ASTS, GHRS, and the elevator division prize of $1,000 is still very much alive. 46 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Javier Medali still commands the throne with a tournament net of $1,059.35 at 10:16 a.m. ET, 4 digits and defending.
That TSLA pop at 10:12 a.m. ET plus $610 for Insane CG. Absolute rocket fuel on the tape.
Groaning. SVR Raju just face-planted with a big loss of negative $524.90 at 10:14 a.m. ET. Green morning erased in one ugly swipe.
Gasping Varaprasad goal is getting shredded. ADB dropped another negative $511.31 at 10:15 a.m. ET, and it just keeps stacking red.
The clustering is severe. ASTS, GHRS, and ADBE all printing sequential losses between 10:11 and 10:15 a.m. ET, a textbook case of correlated downside exposure for Varaprasad Goli.
That's not volatility, that's devastation. Multiple car hits from 10:10 through 10:15 a.m. ET, and every single one deep red for Sudhir Kumar Chitla.
TSLA flipped the switch the other way for Sunil Solia, negative $632.50 at 10:13 a.m. ET, straight down elevator.
Quietly resilient, Harsh Tambat sits third with a tournament net of $394.80 at 10:16 a.m. ET, a comparatively low trade count preserving capital amid chaos.
And right behind him, Lakan Gusali at a tournament net of $379.50 at 10:16 a.m. ET, one clean strike, and suddenly the podium shakes. Five hours and 44 minutes left in Market Mayhem. Javier Medali leads at 10:16 a.m. ET, but with this kind of tick of violence, that $1,000 crown is anything but safe. "50 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and Javier Medali is still your overall leader with a tournament net of $996.23 at 10:19 a.m. ET. He is flirting with that 4-digit throne.
MSFT is a rocket ship. Lakan Gursali just printed $506 at 10:19 a.m. ET on Microsoft One Trade, straight into fourth with a tournament net of $510.60 at 10:19 a.m. ET.
On the other side of the spectrum, Sudhir Kumar Chitla got steamrolled, car sitting at negative $3,089.50 at 10:19 a.m. ET, and his tournament net now negative $2,887 at 10:19 a.m. ET.
Don't sleep on Ansan Saji. In third tournament, net $630.50 at 10:19 a.m. ET. Steady pressure, 11 trades deep, stalking that top two.
Groaning. TSLA wrecked Sunil Sulia. Negative $632.50 at 10:13 a.m. ET. On Tesla. And the tournament net now negative $632.50 at 10:19 a.m. ET. That's a tough hill to climb.
"54 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Javier Madali still commands the throne with a tournament net of $1,139.13 at 10:24 a.m. ET. What a recovery arc.
Meanwhile, Lacangorsali surged on MSFT, printing positive $699.20 at 10:21 a.m. ET, which mathematically stabilizes second place with a tournament net of $703.80 at 10:24 a.m. ET.
But it's chaos for Varaprasad Goli. GHRS slammed him for negative $924.08 at 10:21 a.m. ET, and ADB keeps piling on.
ADBE alone ripped negative $758.34 at 10:22 a.m. ET, and another negative $568.76 at 10:24 a.m. ET. This is volatility warfare.
Statistically catastrophic. KR dropped Sudhir Kumar Chitla by negative $2,558.50 at 10:23 a.m. ET, producing the largest single-ticker drawdown on the board.
Screaming negative $2,862.50 at 10:20 a.m. ET, then negative $2,790 at 10:21 a.m. ET. This ticker is a chainsaw.
Harsh Tumbat, lurking in fourth with a tournament net of $394.80 at 10:24 a.m. ET. Low trade count, high patience.
The structural narrative is clear. While others absorb $1,000 shocks, Javier Madali compounds selectively, preserving first with $1,139.13 at 10:24 a.m. ET.
5 hours and 36 minutes left in the session. The leaderboard is stretched, the red candles are ruthless, and the $1,000 crown is still blazing at the top. "58 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Javier Madali stands tall with a tournament net of $1,241.90 at 10:28 a.m. ET, still the $1,000 throne holder.
Groaning. That's not a pullback. That's a crater. Car tagged him for negative $2,558.50 at 10:23 a.m. ET, and it never really recovered.
Statistically alarming, TSLA inflicted negative $1,192.50 on Sunil Sulia at 10:27 a.m. ET, following successive hits at 10:24 and 10:26 a.m. ET. That is compounding downside volatility.
And don't forget ADB negative $568.76 at 10:24 a.m. ET. That's how you dig a four-figure hole before lunch.
But look at the chase pack. Lacan Grisali holding second with a tournament net of $703.80 at 10:28 a.m. ET. The $500 slot is in play.
NCN Saji is lurking with $316.50 at 10:28 a.m. ET, 11 trades, high kick speed, just waiting for one more breakout.
Meanwhile, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is buried at negative $2,692.50 for the tournament at 10:28 a.m. ET. One trade, massive damage. That's the risk of concentration.
The leaderboard is splitting wide open. Giant red candles below, steady green discipline above, and 5 hours 32 minutes left for someone to challenge Javier Madali's empire at 10:28 a.m. ET. 1 hour in, and Javier Madali still commands the throne with a tournament net of $1,096.98 at 10:31 a.m. ET, cracked in the morning, but unbroken at the top.
Gasping and Saji is right there, $640.50 total at 10:31 a.m. ET and 11 trades deep. That's non-stop button mashing momentum.
Meanwhile, Sudhir Kumar Chitla just got steamrolled on Kara, down $2,937 at 10:31 a.m. ET. That's not volatility, that's a demolition.
Screamail kept hitting him. Negative $2,895 at 10:28 a.m. ET. Negative $2,818.50 at 10:29 a.m. ET. And it never bounced.
And Prasad Goli is trapped in a double storm. ADBE and GHRS slicing him lower to negative $1,402.32 at 10:31 a.m. ET.
Specifically, GHRS alone printed negative $884.12 at 10:30 a.m. ET and negative $814.19 at 10:31 a.m. ET. Serial downside expansion.
Up and forth, SVR Jew holds $579.65 at 10:31 a.m. ET. Quiet, disciplined, stalking that top 3 payout zone.
The fascinating element is durability. Despite earlier turbulence, Javier Madali's cumulative $1,096.98 at 10:31 a.m. ET remains mathematically distant from the pack.
One hour down in Market Mayhem, 5.5 to go. The crown is heavy, the red candles are ruthless, and this elevator division is nowhere near finished. One hour into Market Mayhem, and Javier Madali still commands the elevator with a cumulative tournament net of $1,102.38 at 10:35 a.m. ET. The $1,000 throne is glowing beneath him.
RDB is a flamethrower. Varaprasad Goli just got blasted for negative $743.02 at 10:35 a.m. ET on Adobe. This ticker is pure chaos.
The cascade is statistically brutal. Multiple ADBE and GHRS hits culminating in a cumulative tournament net of negative $1,811.17 at 10:35 a.m. ET. That is concentrated downside variance.
It was worse a minute earlier. Negative $3,005.50 at 10:33 a.m. ET on CIR. That's a vertical drop straight through the floor.
Meanwhile, NSN Saji holds strong in third with a cumulative $672.50 at 10:35 a.m. ET. After that, TSLA turbulence earlier. The comeback arc is alive.
Four trades and a cumulative negative $1,811.17 at 10:35 a.m. ET for Varaprasad Kohli. That's what happens when you try to wrestle volatility and forget it bites.
It is Ansan versus Rahul underscore at 10:40 a.m. ET, rank 3 against rank 9. And this elevator division just turned into a head-to-head prize fight.
As of 10:40 a.m. ET, Ansan sits at positive $570 while Rahul underscore is stuck at negative 53. Same clock, totally different realities.
Statistically elegant Anson has climbed to $570 at 10:40 a.m. ET, a net improvement of $574.5 from his 9:35 a.m. ET baseline.
Peak to trough tells the saga. Ansan rocketed from negative 85 at 9:38 a.m. ET to a $695 peak at 10:13 a.m. ET, while Rahul underscore cratered to negative 644 at 9:46 a.m. ET.
Aggression metrics confirm it. By 10:40 a.m. ET, Anson has traded 1,800 shares across 3 stocks, whereas Rahul underscore has deployed just 600 shares in a single name.
Ansan defending rank 3 with $570 at 10:40 a.m. ET. This is podium energy in a $1,750 prize pool arena.
Rahul underscore at rank 9 with negative $53 at 10:40 a.m. ET. Still time left, but he is digging out of a morning hole.
From 9:35 a.m. ET to 10:40 a.m. ET, Anson added $574.5, whereas from 9:32 a.m. ET to 10:40 a.m. ET, Rahul underscore surrendered 27.5, momentum divergence quantified.
1 hour and 10 minutes into Market Mayhem, 5 hours and 20 minutes remain, and this Ansan versus Rahul underscore duel could still flip before the closing bell.
The fascinating detail is that Ansan's $695 peak at 10:13 a.m. ET still towers above his $570 standing at 10:40 a.m. ET, room to retest highs.
This is the contrast controlled green ascent to 570 at 10:40 a.m. ET for Ansan versus damage control at negative 53 for Rahul underscore at the same moment. One hour 14 minutes into Market Mayhem, and Jayaveer Madali is still king with a tournament net of $1,328.55 at 10:44 a.m. ET. He just detonated Cisco for plus $382.25 at 10:44 a.m. ET and fortified the throne.
Fascinating compression at the top. SVR RAG holds $863.25 in cumulative tournament profit at 10:44 a.m. ET after back-to-back leveraged bursts in TQQQ and SQQQ just before 10:44 a.m. ET.
Gasping, TSLA just slammed Sunil Sulia for negative $1,062.75 at 10:44 a.m. ET. His tournament net is now negative $1,062.75 at 10:44 a.m. ET, and that chart looks like a ski slope.
The statistical outlier of the hour is KR negative $3,084.50 at 10:44 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, placing him at negative $2,882 tournament net at 10:44 a.m. ET. That is extreme single symbol concentration risk.
Harsh Tambat is lurking with $342.83 tournament net at 10:44 a.m. ET. Only 3 trades, and he's still in striking distance if the leaders blink.
1 hour and 18 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and Javier Madali still rules the elevated division with a tournament net of $1,353.43 at 10:48 a.m. ET. The $1,000 crown is glowing.
With that surge, AN Sansaji now holds a cumulative tournament net of $750.50 at 10:48 a.m. ET, statistically cementing second place through concentrated Amazon volatility.
Gasping, ASTS just slammed Varaprasad Goli for negative $850.64 at 10:48 a.m. ET. Another red flash, and the chart is basically screaming.
The aggregate effect places Varaprasad Goli at negative $3,537.22 tournament net at 10:48 a.m. ET, a statistically catastrophic variance cluster across ASTS and prior exposures.
Meanwhile, SVR Raju is holding strong in third with a tournament net of $730.75 at 10:48 a.m. ET. The podium fight is tightening behind the king.
And look at Lakangursali, $703.80 tournament net at 10:48 a.m. ET with just 2 trades. That is sniper energy on the leaderboard.
5 hours and 12 minutes remain in the trading day. First place takes $1,000, second $500, third $250. And with AM Zen surging and KR collapsing, the elevated division is pure chaos at 10:48 a.m. ET. At 10:52 a.m. ETSVR, Arju is your undisputed leader with a tournament net of $1,402.95 and $857.40. Big win detonating the top of the leaderboard.
And don't ignore AMD, another $303.30 at 10:52 a.m. ET. That's how you press when you're already ahead.
Methodical response from Javier Madali, CSCO printing plus $313.50 at 10:52 a.m. ET, stabilizing him at a tournament net of $1,151.60.
Is not backing down. AM Zen ripping plus $518
Gaspinder
at
just flipped the script,
10:52 a.m.
negative
ET,
$312 at
launching him to a
10:52 a.m. ET, and Niraj Arora tumbles to negative
$944.50
$59.50
tournament
on the day.
net.
Groaning, TSLA absolutely torched Sunil Sulia, Negative $1,057.25 at 10:52 a.m. ET. That's not a pullback, that's a wipeout.
Ka has inflicted another structural shock, negative $2,416 at 10:52 a.m. ET, placing Sudhir Kumar Chitla at negative $2,213.50 for the tournament.
IDB, ASTs, GHRS red everywhere. IDB alone slammed negative $540.03 at 10:52 a.m. ET, and Varaprasad Gauli is spiraling.
We have a new warlord on the throne. SVR Arju explodes to a tournament net of $1,497.65 at 10:55 a.m. ET and rips first place away with pure leverage fury.
And he doubled down. TQQ coughed up another $514.25 at 10:55 a.m. ET. That's how you press when the tape's panicking.
Statistically remarkable, AMD contributes plus $323.10 at 10:55 a.m. ET, creating a diversified volatility capture across 3 high beta instruments.
Jayavir Adderley slips to second with a tournament net of $1,136.05 at 10:55 a.m. ET. Still elite, but the crown has been snatched.
AAPL just body slammed Niraj Arora for negative $376.50 at 10:55 a.m. ET. Clean round trip from green to red.
The volatility cluster around Varaprasad Gauli is severe. ADBE alone accounts for negative $698.98 at 10:55 a.m. ET, compounding an already fragile equity curve.
KR detonates again, negative $2,325 at 10:54 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and the elevator division is shaking.
Groaning, TSLA clipped Sunil Sulia for negative $1,046.25 at 10:54 a.m. ET. One candle and $1,000 evaporates.
With 5 hours remaining, SVR Raju's $1,497.65 tournament, net at 10:55 a.m. ET, creates a formidable statistical moat over the chasing field.
1 hour and 30 minutes into Market Mayhem, and we have a new warlord. SVR Arju storms to a tournament net of $1,915.45 at 10:59 a.m. ET, ripping SQQ for plus $639.85 at 10:59 a.m. ET.
And just like that, Javier Madali gets leapfrogged. Still solid at a tournament net of $1,132.97 at 10:59 a.m. ET. But that lead he had earlier, gone.
But the battlefield has casualties. KR detonates again, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla is slammed for negative $2,275 at 10:59 a.m. ET, dragging his tournament net to negative $2,072.50 at 10:59 a.m. ET.
AAPL just would not bounce. Negative $430.25 at 10:59 a.m. ET, and Niraj Arora flips from green earlier to a tournament net of negative $460.25 at 10:59 a.m. ET.
Five hours remain in the session, and SVR Raju stands alone above $1,900 at 10:59 a.m. ET, leverage tickers blazing, the $1,000 first prize glowing, and the elevator division shaking beneath him. We have a new warlord at the top, SVR Arju commanding the grand leaderboard with a tournament net of $2,046.85 at 11:04 a.m. ET, absolutely detonating the field.
While everyone blinked, and Sansaji milked Zen for another $734 at 11:02 a.m. ET. Steady hands, second place now sitting on a tournament net of $1,136.50 at 11:04 a.m. ET.
Gasping Albrapi stuff that just went full trapdoor negative $509 at 11:03 a.m. ET for Niraj Arora. After back-to-back red hits, that ticker is ruthless.
Groaning, GHRS slammed him for negative $1,788.21 at 11:03 a.m. ET, right after ADBE clipped another negative $737.28 at 11:02 a.m. ET. That's not chop, that's damage.
Statistically, the dual exposure to TQQ and SQQ is extraordinary, sequential gains of $667.25 at 11 a.m. ET and $692.75 at 11:03 a.m. ET indicate precision timing rather than randomness.
1 hour and 34 minutes into Market Mayhem, SVRR Jew above 2,000, and San Saji chasing, Javier Madali lurking, and the $1,000 first prize is blazing at the summit. One hour 38 into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju has seized the throne. Tournament net at $3,166.70 at 11:08 a.m. ET, and the arena just felt that shockwave.
Don't forget SQQQ, another plus $909.55 at 11:07 a.m. ET. That's not luck, that's pressing every right button in a volatile tape.
Methodical continuation from AN Sayan Saji, AM Zen Printing plus $850 at 11:07 a.m. ET, reinforcing a tournament net of $1,228.50 at 11:08 a.m. ET, and solidifying second place.
GHRS just ripped him for negative $2,242.76 at 11:07 a.m. ET. Varaprasad Gauli is getting tossed around like a penny stock in a hurricane.
Groaning. ADB piled on with negative $1,074.32 at 11:07 a.m. ET. When correlated tech rolls over, it doesn't ask permission.
AAPL flipped nasty, negative $568.50 at 11:07 a.m. ET, and Niraj Arora just got yanked backward on that snap.
And KR struck again, negative $3,122.50 at 11:06 a.m. ET. Sudhir Kumar Chitla is fighting the tide with 4 hours 52 minutes left in this battlefield.
Even May tapped Manish Kapoor for negative $397.50 at 11:07 a.m. ET. Death by 1,000 cuts is still death.
1 hour and 42 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVRRA Juice stands atop the grand leaderboard with a tournament net of $3,158.75 at 11:12 a.m. ET. $3,000 in absolute command of the elevated division.
The AMZN sequence is statistically impressive, multiple upside impulses culminating in a tournament net of $1,080.50 at 11:12 a.m. ET for AN Sansaji, firmly anchoring second place.
Gasping just knifed through Niraj Arora, negative $577.25 at 11:12 a.m. ET on that flush, and the chart went straight red.
Groaning, AMA turned into a trapdoor. Manish Kapoor dropped negative $466 at 11:12 a.m. ET on that symbol. That's how a green morning becomes a red afternoon.
ADBE just slammed Varaprasad Goli for negative $990.06 at 11:12 a.m. ET, nearly $1,000 vaporized in a single strike.
Scream in Air is relentless. Another negative $3,099.50 at 11:11 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and that ticker is just a runaway truck.
The damage is structural. Sudhir Kumar Chitla now sits at a tournament net of negative $2,888 at 11:12 a.m. ET. One symbol catastrophic concentration.
4 hours and 48 minutes remain in Market Mayhem. $1,000 for first place. And with this kind of ticker violence, the throne is powerful, but never safe. It is rank 1 versus rank 17. Dead cat bounce at $3,137.40 at 11:16 a.m. ET against Varaprasad at negative $3,385.42 at 11:16 a.m. ET. A throne versus a trench.
Observe the swing extremes. Dead cat bounce touched a peak of $3,145.35 at 11:08 a.m. ET after a trough of negative $405.70 at 10:07 a.m. ET. whereas Varaprasad peaked at negative $47.13 at 10:06 a.m. ET, before collapsing to negative $3,638.06 at 10:47 a.m. ET.
Aggression meters are lit. 4,040 shares for dead_cat_bounce versus 3,249 for Varaprasad by 11:16 a.m. ET, both across 4 stocks, but only one side is green.
Varaprasad's curve is inverted. After printing negative $47.13 at 10:06 a.m. ET, the descent accelerated to negative $3,638.06 at 10:47 a.m. ET, a statistically severe drawdown.
Groaning, and seconds earlier at 11:15 a.m. ET, ASTS gave Varaprasad positive $568.54, trimming the damage from negative $3,848.12 to negative $3,279.58. Volatility whiplash.
One trader crystallizes gains, $3,137.40 realized for dead_cat_bounce at 11:16 a.m. ET, while the other suspends risk with negative $3,385.42 unrealized at 11:16 a.m. ET. Philosophically opposite playbooks.
From the 10:07 a.m. ET low of negative $405.70 to $3,137.40 at 11:16 a.m. ET, dead_cat_bounce didn't just recover, he dominated the tape.
At 11:16 a.m. ET, the scoreboard is crystal, $3,137.40 for dead_cat_bounce, negative $3,385.42 for Varaprasad first place power versus 17th place pressure.
Momentum summary, plus $3,158.75 into 11:16 a.m. ET for dead_cat_bounce, minus $3,338.29 into 11:16 a.m. ET for Varaprasad. That's mirror image conviction.
1 hour and 46 minutes down, 4 hours and 44 minutes to go in Market Mayhem. First place pays $1,000. And right now, the elevator division is a tale of two extremes. It is CS 1975 versus Varaprasad in the elevator division, rank 17 against rank 16, and at 11:20 a.m. ET, the gap is raw and brutal.
Momentum check. Into 11:20 a.m. ET, CS 1975 has deteriorated by negative $3,485.50 from the window open, whereas Varaprasad has slipped negative $3,047.42, a marginally softer descent.
Risk posture is identical, 0 realized for both, and at 11:20 a.m. ET, it is all floating pain, negative $3,688, unrealized for CS 1975 versus negative $3,094.55, unrealized for Varaprasad.
Gasping at 11:19 a.m. ET, KR slammed CS 1975 for negative $3,568.50, a single symbol punch that nearly defines the entire negative $3,688 at 11:20 a.m. ET. At 11:19 a.m. ET, GHRS detonated negative $2,257.74 for Varaprasad, dragging that symbol to negative $3,203.67 in a heartbeat.
Leader versus chaser inside the red zone. Farah Prasad at negative $3,094.55 at 11:20 a.m. ET. Outranks CS 1975 at negative $3,688 at 11:20 a.m. ET by survival alone.
Rewind to 11:18 a.m. ET. ADB cracked Varaprasad for negative $1,074.32, and the pressure just kept stacking into this 11:20 a.m. ET snapshot.
Four hours and 40 minutes remain, and at 11:20 a.m. ET, it is negative $3,688 versus negative $3,094.55. This is not about profit. It is about who escapes the basement first.
Volume War 100 shares for CS 1975 versus 3,249 for Varaprasad by 11:20 a.m. ET, and somehow the lighter trigger is bleeding harder.
Groaning final tally at 11:20 a.m. ET. Rank 16 Varaprasad at negative $3,094.55. Rank 17 CS 1975 at negative $3,688. In this matchup, less red is victory.
$11:24 a.m. ET, and the throne still belongs to SVR Arju tournament net $3,158.75 as of 11:24 a.m. ET, and the elevated division is chasing a ghost in green.
Statistically fascinating, ANSAN Saji compounds that AMESN sequence into a tournament net of $1,012.50 at 11:24 a.m. ET, reinforcing third place stability.
Screamy just detonated again. Negative $4,116 at 11:24 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and that is pure free fall.
Sighing, the scoreboard is merciless. Tournament net negative $3,913.50 at 11:24 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. One symbol, catastrophic concentration.
ADBE slams Varaprasad Ghali for negative $1,032.19 at 11:24 a.m. ET, and the volatility dragon is breathing fire.
Gasping, MA just flipped Manish Kapoor from green to red, negative $534.75 at 11:24 a.m. ET, and that's a trapdoor candle.
And AAPL drags Niraj Arora down negative $442.50 at 11:24 a.m. ET. Another reminder that knives don't have handles.
1 hour and 54 minutes down, 4 hours and 36 to go in Market Mayhem. First place takes $1,000. And with this kind of ticker violence, the crown is powerful, but never safe. Rank 7 BHLV 25-0 versus rank 8 dude. And at 11:28 a.m. ET, the scoreboard shows $28 for BHLV 25-0 and negative 9 cents for dude, a razor thin ladder with a very clear edge.
Momentum divergence is striking. BHUV 25 and has climbed $29.50 into 11:28 a.m. ET, whereas dude has slipped negative 7 cents by 11:28 a.m. ET, a statistically widening gap.
B Health 25 and is fully realized at $28 at 11:28 a.m. ET, zero unrealized exposure. That is clean controlled profit.
Aggression meter is wild. 200 shares for Pu of 25 NL versus just 2 shares for Dude by 11:28 a.m. ET. That is a volume mismatch.
Both concentrated in a single stock by 11:28 a.m. ET, yet BF 25 and extracted $28, while Dude surrendered negative 9 cents. Identical breadth, opposite yield.
Leader Energy belongs to BOV 25 and at $28 at 11:28 a.m. ET, while Dude chases from negative 9 cents at 11:28 a.m. ET. That is 7 versus 8, with fire between them.
Dude peaked at negative 2 cents at 10:37 a.m. ET before fading to negative 9 cents by 11:28 a.m. ET, a micro drawdown but persistent.
Nearly 2 hours into Market Mayhem, and this mid-table duel could decide who climbs toward that $1,000 first prize.
Sign 11:28 a.m. ET timestamp. $28 in the bank for BOV 25 and negative 9 cents booked for Dude, discipline versus hesitation.
Quantitatively speaking, a $29.50 positive delta into 11:28 a.m. ET for BHUV 25 and contrasts sharply with a negative 7 cents drift for Dude at 11:28 a.m. ET.
Two shares traded a negative 9 cents at 11:28 a.m. ET. Dude kept it light but still walked away red.
It is green versus red at 11:28 a.m. ET, $28, shining for BO 25 and negative 9 cents. Haunting Dude, the elevator division is ruthless. Rank 16 Varaprasad versus rank 17 CS 1975. And at 11:32 a.m. ET, the board shows negative $3,452.55 for Varaprasad and negative $4,175 for CS 1975, a razor-thin survival duel.
Consider the swing geometry. CS 1975 peaked at negative $202.50 before cascading to negative $4,175 by 11:32 a.m. ET, whereas Varaprasad briefly held negative $47.13 before printing negative $3,452.55 at 11:32 a.m. ET.
At 11:31 a.m. ET, CAR slammed CS 1975 to negative $4,099 on that symbol, a brutal single stock drag.
Gasping 1 minute earlier at 11:30 a.m. ET, CAR was negative $4,042.50 for CS 1975, and it just kept sinking. No bounce, no mercy.
At 11:31 a.m. ET, ADBE inflicted negative $1,030.27 for Varaprasad, a discrete shock within an already fragile curve.
So at 11:32 a.m. ET, the separation is clear. Negative $3,452.55 for Varaprasad versus negative $4,175 for CS 1975. The leader of this matchup survives by roughly $700.
Momentum duel into 11:32 a.m. ET, CS 1975, down negative $3,972.50 from the start, while Varaprasad down negative $3,405.42, both sliding but one skidding harder.
Rewind to 11:29 a.m. ET, and Kale was negative $4,350 for CS 1975. That trough defined the battlefield.
By 11:32 a.m. ET, it is negative $4,175 unrealized for CS 1975 against negative $3,452.55 unrealized for Varaprasad. Pure floating pressure, no exits.
Activity versus restraint at 11:32 a.m. ET. 3,249 shares for Varaprasad against just 100 for CS 1975. Yet both stand deep in the red. Two hours and 6 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Arju still reigns with a tournament net of $3,158.75 at 11:35 a.m. ET. First place locked, and a $1,000 prize in clear sight.
The compounding is methodical. AMZN printed plus $464 at 11:35 a.m. ET for ANSAN Saji, elevating the tournament net to $889.25 at 11:35 a.m. ET and solidifying third place.
Scream Mill just keeps crashing. Negative $4,313 at 11:35 a.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and that ticker is an avalanche.
The drawdown is extreme. Sudhir Kumar Chitla now reflects a tournament net of negative $4,110.50 at 11:35 a.m. ET, a single symbol concentration risk fully realized.
ADBE and GHRS double strike, negative $1,219.86 and negative $2,192.81, both at 11:35 a.m. ET for Varaprasad Gali. The screen is bleeding red.
Gasping flipped the script. Negative $360.25 at 11:35 a.m. ET for Niraj Arora. That candle just snapped.
MA Slam managed Kapoor for negative $567.75 at 11:35 a.m. ET, and the tournament net sinks to negative $517.25 at 11:35 a.m. ET. Momentum has turned ruthless. 2 hours and 10 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still commands the grand leaderboard with a tournament net of $3,158.75 at 11:39 a.m. ET, first place locked, and a $1,000 prize in clear sight.
The AMZ sequence is equally elegant. Another plus $518 at 11:39 a.m. ET, compounding momentum and stabilizing AN Sansaji in third with a tournament net of $1,074.50 at 11:39 a.m. ET.
Gasping gas piled on another negative $390.60 at 11:39 a.m. ET, and the red candles are just stacking for Varaprasad Goli.
The damage is brutal. Varaprasad Goli now sits at a tournament net of negative $3,771.45 at 11:39 a.m. ET, deep in 17th and fighting gravity.
MA continues its descent, negative $689.25 at 11:38 a.m. ET for Manish Kapoor, a steady erosion rather than a singular shock.
Scream had just obliterated Sudhir Kumar Chitla, negative $4,483.50 at 11:37 a.m. ET in a single hit. That's a boss level wipeout.
Meanwhile, Jayavir Madali holds second with a tournament net of $1,115.88 at 11:39 a.m. ET. No new trades, just patience keeping him in the $500 slot. Two hours and 14 minutes in the Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still commands the grand leaderboard with a tournament net of $3,158.75 at 11:44 a.m. ET, first place energy, and a $1,000 prize in his sights.
Gasping at 11:42 a.m. ET, TSLA exploded for plus $708.75, and AM Zen stacked another $428 for AM Sansaji momentum combo chain.
Volatility cluster intensifies. At 11:43 a.m. ET, ADBE inflicted negative $1,198.79, and ASTS subtracted negative $789.88 for Varaprasad Goli, a correlated downside cascade.
The scoreboard confirms it. Sudhir Kumar Chitla now sits at a tournament net of negative $4,734 at 11:44 a.m. ET, one symbol concentration turning into structural damage.
AAPL continues to erode confidence at 11:40 a.m. ET, the symbol printed negative $341 for Niraj Arora, compounding an already fragile tournament standing.
Two hours and 18 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still commands the elevator division with a tournament net of $3,158.75 at 11:47 a.m. ET. First place is fortified.
The clustering is extraordinary. Multiple TSLA impulses culminating in a tournament net of $1,157.75 at 11:47 a.m. ET for AN Sansaji, statistically compressing the gap to first.
GHRS detonates again, negative $2,237.76 at 11:46 a.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, and ADBE piled on with another negative $1,189.22 at 11:46 a.m. ET. The volatility is savage.
The concentration risk is profound. Sudhir Kumar Chitla now holds a tournament net of negative $4,674.50 at 11:47 a.m. ET, almost entirely traceable to KR's cascade.
The throne is shaken. An San Saji at $1,157.75 tournament net at 11:47 a.m. ET is applying real pressure, but SVR Arju still reigns with $3,158.75 at 11:47 a.m. ET, and 4 hours remain. 2 hours and 22 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Arauju still commands the elevator division with a tournament net of $3,158.75 at 11:51 a.m. ET. First place throne, glowing gold.
The TSLA impulse at 11:51 a.m. ET is statistically dominant, nearly $1,000 in a single symbol expansion, consolidating AN Sansaji firmly in second overall.
Gasping that 11:51 a.m. ET NVDA hit is a momentum snap. Javier Medali was cruising, and then bam, minus $339 in a blink.
ADBE slams Varaprasad Ghali again, negative $1,133.68 at 11:51 a.m. ET, and the total damage deepens to negative $4,069.53 on the day. The volatility dragon is not done.
At 11:50 a.m. ET, CAD nukes negative $5,336.50, and the chart looks like it fell off a cliff for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. No parachute.
With 4 hours and 8 minutes left until the close, SVR Raju guards that $3,158.75 tournament net at 11:51 a.m. ET, but AN Sansaji's surge means the chase for the $1,000 first prize is very alive. Two hours and 26 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju is still the monarch, $3,137.40 in tournament net P&L at 11:55 a.m. ET, and the throne is glowing.
TSLA just ignited plus $967.50 at 11:53 a.m. ET for AN Sansaji, and that candle looked like it drank rocket fuel.
Third place is Lakangusari at $699.20 in tournament net PNL at 11:55 a.m. ET. Only 2 trades and already camping on the podium.
Absolute carnage. GHRS slammed Varaprasad Ghali for negative $2,547.45 at 11:55 a.m. ET, and the floor just disappeared.
The compounding effect is severe. ASTS printed negative $772.52 at 11:55 a.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, deepening a statistically dramatic drawdown spiral.
Screamer just obliterated Sudhir Kumar Chitla, negative $5,097.50 at 11:55 a.m. ET, and that ticker is a runaway freight train.
The cumulative consequence, Sudhir Kumar Chitla, is now at negative $5,097.50 in tournament net PNL at 11:55 a.m. ET, the lowest mark on the board, and statistically extreme.
Sighing, that leaves Niraj Arora at negative $366.50 in tournament net PNL at 11:55 a.m. ET. Death by 1,000 cuts adds up fast.
Two and a half hours into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju is still throne bound with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 12 p.m. ET, the elevator division bowing to a $3,000 commander.
Statistically fascinating, a TSLA impulse at 11:59 a.m. ET accounts for the majority of AN Sainsaji's $1,097.75 tournament, net at 12 p.m. ET, a highly concentrated momentum thesis.
A gas ping just slammed Varaprasad Goli for negative $930.69 at 11:59 a.m. ET, and that's after ASTS already clipped him for negative $859.32 at 11:58 a.m. ET. Volatility is not his friend.
Quiet but deadly, Lakanga Sali holds third with a tournament net of $699.20 at 12 p.m. ET on just two trades. Efficiency incarnate.
That TSLA ladder plus $888.75 at 11:56 a.m. ET, plus $796.25 at 11:58 a.m. ET, then plus $922.50 at 11:59 a.m. ET. NCN Saji is speedrunning the climb.
2 hours and 34 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Araju still commands the elevator division with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 12:04 p.m. ET, thrown intact and pressure building.
TSLA just went turbo, plus $922.50 at 11:59 a.m. ET for AN Sansaji, and that candle looked like it was shot out of a cannon.
That drop leaves Sudhir Kumar Chitla at a brutal tournament net of negative $5,086.50 at 12:04 p.m. ET, the deepest crater on the board right now.
The clustering is severe. ASTS printed negative $985.18 at 12 p.m. ET, and ADBE carved negative $859.84 at 12:01 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, a correlated volatility cascade.
AAPL flipped the script, negative $342.75 at 12:03 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, and that green turned red in a blink.
With 3 hours and 56 minutes left until the closing bell, SVR Raju holds $3,137.40 at 12:04 p.m. ET. AN San Saji chases at $1,087.75, and the rest of the field is fighting pure volatility for that $1,000 crown. Two hours and 38 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Ariju still commands the throne with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 12:07 p.m. ET, over $3,000 and daring the lobby to chase.
The TSLA sequence is statistically explosive, multiple upside impulses culminating in $970.25 at 12:07 p.m. ET, firmly stabilizing second place for AN San Saji.
Gasping just flipped the script. Niraj Arora slammed negative $304.25 at 12:07 p.m. ET on that drop, and now sits at negative $109.25 overall.
ASTS and ADBE are relentless. Varaprasad Goli absorbs another negative $616 28 cents at 12:07 p.m. ET on ASTS, and the tournament net sinks to negative $3,953.54. The chase is alive. Ann San Saji surges within striking distance of the $1,000 first place prize with $970.25 at 12:07 p.m. ET and pure TSLA momentum. It is CS 1975 versus Varaprasad and Market Mayhem, ranked 19 against rank 18, and at 12:12 p.m. ET, the gap is razor thin but brutally red on both sides.
Momentum is slipping for both. Into 12:12 p.m. ETCS 1975 has deteriorated by negative $4,697 since 9:46 a.m. ET, while Varaprasad has declined negative $4,351.38 since 10:06 a.m. ET.
Risk posture identical at 12:12 p.m. ET. Zero realized for CS 1975. Zero realized for Varaprasad, and every dollar floating unrealized in the red.
Screaming Dad just slammed CS 1975 for negative $4,900 at 12:11 p.m. ET. That single symbol basically defines the whole red screen.
And moments earlier at 12:08 p.m. ET, KR printed negative $5,062 for CS 1975, indicating repeated failed recovery attempts into the close of this window.
At 12:11 p.m. ET, GHRS ripped negative $2,472.53 for Varaprasad, a brutal hit that explains why the trough nearly matched the session low.
Gasp piled on with negative $923.03 at 12:11 p.m. ET for Varaprasad. That is combo damage across the portfolio.
Structurally, CS 1975 is concentrated and passive, whereas Varaprasad is diversified and active by 12:12 p.m. ET, yet both converge around the same negative $4,000 to $5,000 zone.
$500 separates them at 12:12 p.m. ET, and with 3 hours and 48 minutes left in the session, that is a rounding error with attitude.
If CS 1975 gets even a partial snapback from that 11:49 a.m. ET trough and Varaprasad stalls near that 11:59 a.m. ET low, this whole ranking flips in seconds.
Empirically, Varaprasad's deeper activity suggests higher variance, while CS 1975's single position creates binary risk, and by 12:12 p.m. ET, both models are under stress.
And for Varaprasad, ASTS at negative $664.02 at 12:10 p.m. ET was just the opening act before the 12:12 p.m. ET damage report.
Both are fully unrealized, both are slipping, both are fighting the tape at 12:12 p.m. ET. This is not about comfort, this is about who blinks first.
Market Mayhem, 12:12 p.m. ET. Rank 18 versus rank 19. Negative $4,398.51 versus negative $4,899.50. This is the red bracket battle inside the elevator division. At 12:16 p.m. ET, the throne is untouched. SVR Arju commands the elevator division with a tournament net of $3,137.40, a $1,000 first place aura blazing over Market Mayhem.
TSLA was a rocket at 12:11 p.m. ET. It punched in $672.50 for Ainsan Saji, and the tape just kept feeding the fire.
Javier Madley strikes at 12:13 p.m. ET. explodes for $377 and rockets that symbol to $565.78. That is a precision blast in the mid-table war.
The volatility cluster is severe. At 12:15 p.m. ET, GHRS inflicted negative $2,587.41 on Varaprasad Goli, compounding an already fragile equity curve.
Catastrophe Candle at 12:11 p.m. ET CARE detonates for negative $4,910 against Sudhir Kumar Chitla. That is a full account quake.
The tournament ledger at 12:16 p.m. ET now records Sudhir Kumar Chitla at negative $4,672.50 overall, a drawdown that mathematically distances him from the $250 third-place threshold.
With 3 hours and 44 minutes left in the session, Ainsan Saji holds second at $701.50 at 12:16 p.m. ET, stalking that $1,000 prize with TSLA fuel conviction.
In contrast, SVR RAG remains serenely fixed at $3,137.40 at 12:16 p.m. ET. No new volatility events, just structural dominance atop the leaderboard.
12:20 p.m., and SVR stands alone at the summit with a tournament net of $3,137.40 as of 12:19 p.m. ET. The elevator throne is his to defend.
That TSLA sequence escalated from $463.75 to $612.50, swings within minutes, culminating in a $558.75 burst at 12:19 p.m. ET, statistically aggressive volatility capture.
Gasping, just pumped JWare madly for $405 at 12:18 p.m. ET, and the board now reads $574.88 tournament net as of 12:19 p.m. ET. That is a clean green surge.
Groaning. GHRS alone tagged Varaprasad Goli for negative $2,502.50 at 12:18 p.m. ET, and ADBE added another negative $1,028.36 at 12:18 p.m. ET. This is compounding pain.
ASTS keeps twisting the knife, negative $581.56 at 12:19 p.m. ET on top of that stack. There is no bounce anywhere on this tape.
Down in the basement, Niraj Arora shows a tournament net of negative $396 as of 12:19 p.m. ET. Still time to climb, but the rope is fraying.
Manish Kapoor is deeper at negative $767 tournament net as of 12:19 p.m. ET, halfway through the session and still searching for traction.
TSLA is the volatility engine of the hour, every spike feeding Ansan Saji and flipping the chase for second into a live wire at 12:19 p.m. ET.
3 hours and 40 minutes left in Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju at $3,137.40 as of 12:19 p.m. ET is the benchmark everyone must hunt down. (12:23 p.m. ET), and the throne is still blazing green. SVR Araju commanding a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 12:23 p.m. ET, 11 trades deep, and nobody close to that altitude.
TSLA just injected $327.50 at 12:21 p.m. ET into Ansan Saji, and that bumps the tournament net to $491.50 by 12:23 p.m. ET, 14 trades, and still swinging.
APL slashes Niraj Arora for negative $381.25 at 12:23 p.m. ET, dragging the tournament net down to negative $331.25 at 12:23 p.m. ET. Straight red cascade.
A GBE just ripped another negative $1,055.17 at 12:23 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, and the tournament net is now negative $4,590.66 at 12:23 p.m. ET. That chart is a cliff.
Meanwhile, the mid pack is tightening. Harsh Tambot holding $292.77 at 12:23 p.m. ET and eyeing that third place $250 prize like a hawk.
And Sanil Sulia slipping to negative $991 at 12:23 p.m. ET, sub 1 grand in the hole, and the clock is sprinting toward the close.
2 hours 54 minutes down, 3 hours 36 to go, and at 12:23 p.m. ETSVR still reigns at $3,137.40. Market Mayhem's elevated division is shaken, but the summit stands. At 12:27 p.m. ET, SVR Araju stands tall with a tournament net of $3,137.40, 11 trades deep, and still ruling the elevated division like a market monarch.
By 12:27 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali reflects a $520.93 tournament net, intriguingly achieved with 0 trades logged today, a statistical stillness amid chaos.
And ASTS piles on at 12:27 p.m. ET with another negative $564.20 for Varaprasad Goli. The volatility is relentless.
Gaspin is a horror show at 12:27 p.m. ET, negative $5,111.50 on that ticker for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and it just keeps printing red.
Consequently, at 12:27 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla anchors the bottom with a tournament net of negative $5,111.50, a single symbol concentration spiraling into extremity.
APP flips the script at 12:25 p.m. ET, negative $384.75 for Niraj Arora, and that push drags the tournament net to negative $343.75 by 12:27 p.m. ET.
Harsh Tambat rounds out the upper cluster with $296.55 at 12:27 p.m. ET, a modest but mathematically stable foothold in 5th place.
Rank 17 Karpoor versus rank 18 Pooty, and at 12:32 p.m. ET Karpoor stands at negative $767, while Pooty trails at negative $991. This is a razor-thin red zone duel.
Momentum is statistically grim. By 12:32 p.m. ET Kapoorman has slipped negative $731.50 from the open window, while Pooty has declined negative $980, a steeper descent curve for Pooty.
At 12:32 p.m. ET, Kapoorman is fully realized at negative $767 with zero unrealized. The damage is booked and there is no float to save him.
Similarly, at 12:32 p.m. ET Pooty shows negative $991 entirely realized with zero unrealized exposure, a closed book of losses.
Aggression gap at 12:32 p.m. ET. Koppelman has traded 500 shares across two stocks, while Pooty fired 1,200 shares across two stocks. More ammo but deeper wounds.
Rewind to 9:57 a.m. ET when Kapoorman briefly touched plus $27 before the slide. By 12:32 p.m. ET, that optimism is fully reversed to negative $767.
From first print to now, at 12:32 p.m. ET, Koppelman dropped from flat to negative $767, while Pooty slid from negative $11 to negative $991. That is sustained downside pressure on both sides.
Groaning. The trough hit at 11:46 a.m. ET for Kapoorman at negative $767, and that remains the 12:32 p.m. ET standing number. No recovery yet.
This is survival trading at 12:32 p.m. ET. Koppelman negative $767 against Pooty negative $991, both slipping, but one holding the higher rung.
From 9:39 a.m. ET to 12:32 p.m. ET, Koppelman has declined negative $731.50 and now rests at negative $767. Slower bleed, but still a bleed.
With 3 hours and 28 minutes left in Market Mayhem, at 12:32 p.m. ET, Koppelman at negative $767 leads Pooty at negative $991, and this ladder fight is far from over. Three hours and 6 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still rules the elevator division with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 12:36 p.m. ET. First place energy and that $1,000 prize glowing.
The compounding downside is severe. Sudhir Kumar Chitla now reflects a tournament net of negative $5,287 at 12:36 p.m. ET, a near singular exposure to KR manifesting as systemic drag.
The floor is shaking. Varaprasad Goli now sits at a tournament net of negative $4,548.95 at 12:36 p.m. ET, and the red candles are relentless.
Tuck leaves Niraj Arora at a tournament net of negative $3.25 at 12:36 p.m. ET. Barely red, but flirting with the trapdoor.
In contrast, Lakhan Gorsali remains composed in second, with a tournament net of $699.20 at 12:36 p.m. ET. Minimal trades, maximal efficiency.
And Ayan Sayan Saji holding that third place line with a tournament net of $491.50 at 12:36 p.m. ET. The podium fight for $500 and $250 is tightening.
Meanwhile, Manish Kapoor is buried at a tournament net of negative $767 at 12:36 p.m. ET. 6 trades, no traction.
With 3 hours and 24 minutes left in the session, SVR Arju's $3,137.40 at 12:36 p.m. ET is dominant, but in a lobby where $1,000 candles swing in minutes, the throne is never guaranteed. Three hours and 10 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Ariju still sits on the throne with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 12:39 p.m. ET. First place energy and the $1,000 prize glowing in the distance.
Groan keeps detonating. Another negative $5,318.50 at 12:37 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and that single ticker has basically cemented him at negative $5,347 overall at 12:39 p.m. ET.
Gasping flipped the polarity at 12:37 p.m. ET plus $452.38 for Jayaveer Madali, and suddenly he's back swinging inside the top 5.
Quiet but lethal, Lakan Gosali holds second with a tournament net of $699.20 at 12:39 p.m. ET on just 2 trades, guarding that $500 prize slot like a fortress.
Meanwhile, NSAN Saji stabilizes in third with a tournament net of $491.50 at 12:39 p.m. ET. Momentum cooled, but still mathematically within striking distance of second.
ASTS again at 12:35 p.m. ET, another negative $403.62, and Varaprasad Goli is just getting combo hit from every angle.
3 hours and 14 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still rules the elevator division with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 12:43 p.m. ET. The $1,000 first prize is still his to defend.
While the fireworks pop, Lakangursali is quietly second with $699.20 at 12:43 p.m. ET on just 2 trades, efficient, clinical, and cashing in on that $500 slot.
And ADB hammers again, negative $1,039.85 at 12:41 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, dragging him to negative $4,455.53 in tournament net at 12:43 p.m. ET. The drawdown dragon is roaring.
ASTS clipped another negative $438.34 at 12:43 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli. Multiple tickers bleeding at once, that's how accounts unravel.
That Cisco surge at 12:42 p.m. ET is a momentum statement. Jayavir Madali storming into the podium fight while the mid-pack scrambles.
One symbol, one story. Carr has single-handedly anchored Sudhir Kumar Chitla to last place at negative $5,229.50 at 12:43 p.m. ET, and there's still over 3 hours left to fight back.
It is rank 20 versus rank 21. Varaprasad barely ahead of CS 1975. And at 12:48 p.m. ET, the gap is razor thin in this basement brawl.
Look at the momentum bleed. CS 1975 down negative $5,117.50 since 9:46 a.m. ET. Varaprasad off negative $4,466.81 since 10:06 a.m. ET, both sliding into the red swamp.
Risk posture check, both sitting on zero realized at 12:48 p.m. ET, CS 1975, carrying negative $5,320 unrealized, and Veriprosad negative $4,513.94 unrealized. Pure exposure, no escape.
Groaning. At 12:47 p.m. ET, ADBE slashed Varaprasad for negative $878.99, dragging the symbol from negative $3,629.655 to negative $4,508.64 in a heartbeat.
Even after that chaos, at 12:48 p.m. ET, Varaprasad stands at negative $4,513.94, while CS 1975 sinks deeper at negative $5,320. The leaderboard gap holding firm.
Low activity versus high activity. 100 shares for CS 1975, 3,249 for Varaprasad by 12:48 p.m. ET. One is tiptoeing and the other is mashing every button.
This is the showdown. Varaprasad ranked 20 at 12:48 p.m. ET versus CS 1975 ranked 21, both drowning but one clinging to the higher rung.
Meanwhile, at 12:41 p.m. ET, CAR printed negative $5,152.50 for CS 1975 and never looked back. That tape just kept grinding him lower.
Both fully unrealized at 12:48 p.m. ET, both slipping in momentum, but only one can climb out of the cellar before the closing bell. This is survival trading. Market Mayhem in elevator mode, 3 hours and 22 minutes in, and it is Prowler versus Varaprasad in a pure traders compare showdown.
At 12:52 p.m. ET, Prowler sits at plus $28.50, while Varaprasad is buried at negative $4,311.75, and that gap feels like two different universes.
Rank divergence is stark at 12:52 p.m. ET. Prowler holds 8th place with $28.50, whereas Varaprasad is 20th with negative $4,311.75.
Prowler peaked at $143.50 at 12:23 p.m. ET, and now rests at $28.50 at 12:52 p.m. ET. That is a wild intraday swing.
Risk posture identical at 12:52 p.m. ET. Both show zero realized P&L, with Prowler floating $28.50 unrealized and Varaprasad carrying negative $4,311.75 unrealized.
One climbs from a negative $107.50 trough at 11:53 a.m. ET to $28.50 at 12:52 p.m. ET. The other collapses from negative $47.13 at 10:06 a.m. ET to negative $4,311.75. Opposite destinies.
Groaning. Back at 12:50 p.m. ET, GHRS ripped negative $3,046.95 from Varaprasad, dragging that symbol from negative $1,529.69 to negative $4,576.64, no cushion at all.
Crying loudly momentum, red posture, Varaprasad is stuck at negative $4,311.75 at 12:52 p.m. ET, and the activity dial is still cranked.
Both unrealized at 12:52 p.m. ET, but one floats $28.50 and the other sinks at negative $4,311.75. That is the psychological divide.
With 3 hours and 8 minutes left until the 4 p.m. ET close, this Prowler versus Varaprasad duel is a lesson in precision versus overextension.
At 12:52 p.m. ET, it is $28.50 and 8th place for Prowler against negative $4,311.75 and 20th for Varaprasad. Same market, totally different survival stories.
Three hours and 26 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still reigns supreme with $3,137.40 in cumulative tournament P&L at 12:56 p.m. ET, over $3,000, and daring the lobby to step up.
The statistical rebound is notable. Ravi Kiran Kohli now holds $422.52 in cumulative tournament P&L at 12:56 p.m. ET, a sharp recovery fueled almost entirely by that CRCL volatility cluster.
Gaspé Fast GHRS slammed him for negative $3,081.92 at 12:49 p.m. ET, and earlier negative $3,046.95 at 12:50 p.m. ET. That's combo damage.
Chayar is relentless, negative $5,320 at 12:48 p.m. ET, and another negative $5,299.50 at 12:55 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. That ticker is a wrecking ball swinging twice.
AAPL flipped hard on Niraj Arora, negative $346.25 at 12:49 p.m. ET, and that apple just smacked the floor.
And don't forget the podium, Lakan Gosali, steady at $699.20 in cumulative tournament P&L at 12:56 p.m. ET, still guarding second place while chaos explodes beneath. 3.5 hours into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still reigns supreme with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 1 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne glowing red hot.
The CRCL sequence is statistically elegant. 3 consecutive upside impulses culminating in a tournament net of $825.84 at 1 p.m. ET. Remarkable efficiency on just 2 trades.
Gasping and ADBE would not stop. Negative $840.69 at 12:59 p.m. ET. Negative $808.13 at 1 p.m. ET. It is just relentless pressure on Varaprasad Goli.
The compounding drawdown is extreme. Sudhir Kumar Chitla now sits at negative $5,845.50 at 1 p.m. ET, the deepest deficit on the entire board.
Quiet surge from Jayavir Madali, Prince plus $307 at 1 p.m. ET, lifting the tournament net to $458.23 and tightening that top 5 battle.
And do not overlook Lekhan Gursali, $699.20 at 1 p.m. ET on only 2 trades, a model of capital efficiency amid widespread volatility.
Three hours and 34 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Araju still reigns with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 1:03 p.m. ET, throne unshaken as the elevated division trembles below.
The follow-through is statistically elegant. STLD added $319.95 at 1:01 p.m. ET, reinforcing a controlled upside sequence for Ravi Kiran Goli.
GHRS again, negative $3,131.87 at 1:03 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli. That ticker is speedrunning the red ladder.
The compounding is severe. ADBE printed negative $840.69 at 12:59 p.m. ET, and the portfolio decay accelerated into that 1:03 p.m. ET trough.
APL slices back down. negative $542.25 at 1:03 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, and the comeback narrative just hit resistance.
pops for plus $307 at 1 p.m. ET for Javier Medali, and that jolt keeps him stalking the top 5.
CRCL at plus $558.03 at 1 p.m. ET. STLD stacking green at 1:01 p.m. ET. Ravi Kirangoli is building pressure under that top podium. $1:08 p.m. ET, and SVR Arju still reigns with a tournament net of $3,137.40 as of 1:08 p.m. ET, 11 trades deep and daring the field to even blink.
The STLD sequence shows clustered upside impulses between 1 o'clock and 1:07 p.m. ET, a statistically meaningful volatility burst that has elevated Ravi Kirangoli into third.
KR detonates again at 1:06 p.m. ET, negative $6,025 for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and the floor just vanished beneath him.
Gasping GHRS is relentless. Another negative $2,992.01 at 1:06 p.m. ET for Veerprasad Goli. That ticker is chewing through accounts.
The repeated GHRS shocks from 1:01 through 1:06 p.m. ET represent cascading downside volatility, a compounding drawdown structure that explains the depth of this deficit.
And Asan Saji holding fourth with a tournament net of $491.50 as of 1:08 p.m. ET after 14 trades. That is relentless pressure on the podium.
Groaning Sudhir Kumar Chitla now shows negative $6,080 as of 1:08 p.m. ET, and when one symbol like CR keeps printing $1,000 losses, that is not variance, that is a lesson.
Market Mayhem, 1:12 p.m. ET, and it is rank 1 dead _ bounce versus rank 21 CS 1975. The throne against the basement in a pure elevator division clash.
Momentum check at 1:12 p.m. ET. Dead cat bounce has climbed $3,158.75 from the early window, while CS 1975 has dropped $5,747.50. That is ascent versus freefall.
Gasping. Dead _ bounce is flawless at 1:12 p.m. ET, $3,137.40. Fully realized, zero unrealized, every dollar locked and banked.
Aggression gap at 1:12 p.m. ET, 4,040 shares across 4 stocks for dead _cat _ bounce versus just 100 shares in one stock for CS 1975. That is predator versus bystander.
Leader versus struggler at 1:12 p.m. ET, dead cat bounce green and improving, CS 1975 red and slipping. This is momentum theology in real time.
Grow mine to 1:09 p.m. ET and car was already negative $6,022.50 for CS 1975, the warning siren before the 1:12 p.m. ET damage print.
At 1:12 p.m. ET, one trader is hunting the $1,000 first prize and the other is fighting gravity. This matchup is brutal.
From negative $21.35 early to positive $3,137.40 by 1:12 p.m. ET. Dead _cat _ bounce has authored a resurrection arc inside a single session.
At 1:12 p.m. ET, it is discipline versus hope. Dead cat bounce has realized every cent of $3,137.40, while CS 1975 is still carrying negative $5,950 on open risk.
Four stocks in rotation for dead _cat _ bounce. One concentrated bet for CS 1975 as of 1:12 p.m. ET. Diversification versus singular conviction. $1:16 p.m. ET, and the throne is still blazing. SVR Jew commands a tournament net of $3,137.40 as of 1:16 p.m. ET, untouched and unbothered at the top.
Groaning. The leaderboard now shows Sudhir Kumar Chitla at negative $6,219 as of 1:16 p.m. ET. That's not a dip, that's a crater.
The volatility cluster intensifies. GHRS printed negative $2,862.14 at 1:14 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Gholi, a statistically violent single symbol shock.
And it stacks. ADBE slams negative $804.30 at 1:12 p.m. ET. ASTS keeps bleeding. This is combo damage on Varaprasad Gholi.
Don't forget Lakham Gorsali, steady at $699.20 as of 1:16 p.m. ET with just 2 trades. Still second place. Still annoyingly efficient.
NSAN Saji holds fourth at $491.50 tournament net as of 1:16 p.m. ET, 14 trades deep and still within probabilistic striking distance of third.
Gasping flips the script again, negative $447.75 at 1:14 p.m. ET for Neeraj Arora, and that snap keeps him pinned near the bottom.
One 20 p.m. ET, and the throne is untouched. SVR Jew, commanding a $3,137.40 tournament net as of 1:20 p.m. ET, 11 trades deep, and still the prophet of profit.
Your man just keeps printing green plus $362 at 1:16 p.m. ET and another $325 at 1:18 p.m. ET for Dayrade. That ticker is a momentum trampoline.
Gasfin flips the script, negative $447.75 at 1:14 p.m. ET, and negative $363.75 at 1:18 p.m. ET for Neeraj Arora. That apple just turned poisonous.
And ADB is relentless, negative $748.77 at 1:14 p.m. ET, negative $716.21 at 1:15 p.m. ET, negative $802.39 at 1:18 p.m. ET. It's a red waterfall for Varaprasad Goli.
Key R detonates again, negative $6,219 at 1:16 p.m. ET, and negative $6,225 at 1:19 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. That engine is on fire.
Mid-pack check, AN Sansaji holding $491.50 on the tournament net as of 1:20 p.m. ET, 14 trades and still swinging for that podium.
3 hours and 50 minutes down, 2 hours and 40 to go. And at 1:20 p.m. ET, SVR Ira Jew still reigns at $3,137.40. Market Mayhem's elevator is shaking, but the summit has not moved. 1:24 p.m. ET, and the throne is untouched. SVR Jew commanding a $3,137.40 tournament net at 1:24 p.m. ET, 11 trades forged into pure altitude.
A subtle surge at 1:18 p.m. ET printed plus $325, elevating Jayaveer Madali's symbol trajectory with a precise injection of momentum.
Groaning, that 1:23 p.m. ET car print locks Sudhir Kumar Chitla at a negative $6,425 tournament net at 1:24 p.m. ET, single symbol concentration at its harshest.
And ADBE keeps punching another negative $610.89 at 1:23 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli. The volatility is feral.
By 1:24 p.m. ET, the compounded effect places Varaprasad Goli at negative $4,311.57 on the tournament net, a statistically severe drawdown cluster.
CDW snaps back at 1:21 p.m. ET with plus $310 for Niraj Arora, a green flare in the middle of the chaos.
Gasping 14 trades deep, and at 1:24 p.m. ET, AN Sansaji is holding $491.50 on the tournament net, grinding every tick for that podium.
And don't blink. Harsh Tambat at $325.84 on the tournament net at 1:24 p.m. ET. Fifth place stalking that $250 third prize with 2 hours 36 minutes left. At 1:28 p.m. ET, SVR Arju commands the elevator division with a tournament net of $3,137.40. 11 trades forged into a clear first place charge toward that $1,000 prize.
Statistically intriguing, at 1:28 p.m. ET, Jayaveer Madali holds a $640.68 tournament net and remains in third despite 0 trades recorded today.
And Sayan Saji grinding in fourth at 1:28 p.m. ET with $491.50 on the tournament net. 14 trades of pure hustle keeping him within striking distance of the podium.
GHRS just nuked Varaprasad Gauli for negative $2,817.18 at 1:27 p.m. ET, and that drop helped drag the tournament net to negative $3,910.76 by 1:28 p.m. ET.
AP Pool just clipped Niraj Arora for negative $409.25 at 1:26 p.m. ET, but at 1:28 p.m. ET, he is still green overall with a $70.25 tournament net, barely hanging on to positive territory.
And at 1:28 p.m. ET, Sunil Sulia is deeper in the red at negative $991 on the tournament net. That 17th versus 18th fight just turned into a survival ladder.
"4 hours in the Market Mayhem, and at 1:32 p.m. ETSVR Ira Juice still commands first place with a tournament net of $3,137.40. He is guarding that $1,000 throne with 11 clean executions.
Cisco just detonated for Javier Medali plus $540.38 at 1:24 p.m. ET, and that rocket boost keeps him planted in third with real podium pressure.
But he fires right back. CDW Prince plus $350 at 1:31 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora. That is counterpunch energy in the mid-table.
The cascade is structural. ASTS dropped negative $403.62 at 1:30 p.m. ET, and ADBE shed negative $417.47 at 1:30 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Gauli, correlated downside compounding risk.
Meanwhile, NSN Saji stands firm at 1:32 p.m. ET with a tournament net of $491.50, 14 trades, and still in striking distance of that $500 second place prize.
At 1:32 p.m. ET, Manish Kapoor remains at a tournament net of negative $767, mid-ladder congestion but capital erosion nonetheless.
4 hours and 10 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still commands first place with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 1:40 p.m. ET. He is guarding that $1,000 throne with authority.
Groaning. AAPL ripped negative $482.75 at 1:36 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, and followed with another negative $430.25 at 1:38 p.m. ET. That kind of double tap erases confidence fast.
Quiet consistency. Lakangur Sali stands third with a tournament net of $699.20 at 1:40 p.m. ET on just 2 trades, defending that $250 prize slot like a silent assassin.
Haag. AADB bleeding negative $624.29 at 1:37 p.m. ET, and negative $622.38 at 1:39 p.m. ET, plus ASTS dropping negative $902.72 at 1:38 p.m. ET. This is concentrated drawdown risk.
And don't forget Nsay Saji holding fourth with a tournament net of $491.50 at 1:40 p.m. ET. Steady hands, 14 trades, still within striking range. Four hours and 14 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still commands the elevator throne with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 1:44 p.m. ET. $1,000 for first is glowing in his sights.
Chucky flipped the script twice, plus $327.06 at 1:42 p.m. ET, and another plus $381.57 at 1:43 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli, grinding him up to $483.89 tournament net at 1:44 p.m. ET.
CR strikes again, negative $6,440 at 1:43 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and he stands at negative $6,374.50 tournament net at 1:44 p.m. ET. The basement just cracked open.
While the chaos rips through the tape, Lekangur Sali is calmly parked at $699.20 tournament net at 1:44 p.m. ET on just 2 trades, second place without the drama.
Four hours and 18 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju is still the apex predator, leading the entire field with a cumulative $3,137.40 at 1:48 p.m. ET.
Javier Madali just keeps snapping at their heels. $661.38 on the board at 1:48 p.m. ET, and barely any trades logged. That is efficiency chaos.
Meanwhile, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is sitting dead last with negative $6,460.50 at 1:48 p.m. ET, and most of that carnage traces back to one brutal symbol.
Gasping at 1:47 p.m. ET, car slams Sudhir Kumar Chitla for negative $6,455.50 on the symbol. Flat to disaster in seconds.
At 1:47 p.m. ET, GHRS ripped another negative $3,406.59 from Varaprasad Kohli, stacking on top of earlier damage like a margin call in slow motion.
AAPL reversed sharply for Niraj Arora at 1:47 p.m. ET, printing negative $321.75 on the symbol and compressing earlier gains into a narrow survival margin.
CSKO detonated for positive $499.13 at 1:43 p.m. ET for Javier Madali. That is how you claw into the top 3.
And before that, added positive $381 at 1:42 p.m. ET. Clean surgical trades, none of that spray and pray nonsense.
NSA and Saji remains fourth with $491.50 at 1:48 p.m. ET, notable for 14 trades, high activity with controlled exposure.
2 hours and 12 minutes left in the session, and the volatility is clustering at the bottom of the board. This is where comebacks are born or accounts are broken.
Four hours and 22 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Araju still commands the summit with $3,137.40 in cumulative tournament PNL at 1:52 p.m. ET. He is guarding that $1,000 first prize like a titan.
GHRS just detonated again, negative $4,155.84 at 1:51 p.m. ET. For Varaprasad Goli, and that ticker is an absolute red volcano.
Gronig car just carved out negative $6,458 at 1:51 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. One symbol, one trade, and the floor drops out.
Back-to-back CR shockwaves, negative $6,492.50 at 1:50 p.m. ET, and then another massive red print a minute later. Sudhir Kumar Chitla is fighting the market itself.
Fascinating volatility profile. STLD printed plus $428.97 at 1:49 p.m. ET, only for TSLA to retrace sharply 2 minutes later, creating a whipsaw effect in Ravi Kiran Goli's positioning.
Chuckle clipped negative $321.75 at 1:47 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora. Every time that chart curls, someone pays tuition.
Crying loudly is a wrecking ball, negative $6,455.50 at 1:47 p.m. ET, and it just keeps smashing Sudhir Kumar Chitla down the ranks.
Amid the turbulence at 1:52 p.m. ET, SVR RAJ's $3,137.40 cumulative tournament PNL stands as an outlier, measured aggression above, extreme variance below.
4 hours and 26 minutes into Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still commands the elevator division with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 1:56 p.m. ET, over 3 grand, and daring the field to challenge the throne.
The STLD sequence is statistically coherent after earlier TSLA retracements. This 1:55 p.m. ET upside impulse stabilizes his cumulative tournament, standing at $408.17 as of 1:56 p.m. ET.
The cumulative damage leaves Sudhir Kumar Chitla at negative $6,750 in tournament P&L at 1:56 p.m. ET, the deepest red on the board as the clock ticks toward the final 2 hours.
The compounding downside across GHRS, ADBE, and ASTS has driven Varaprasad Gholi to negative $5,042.66 in cumulative tournament P&L at 1:56 p.m. ET, a statistically extreme deviation from field median.
Anasan Saji grinding in fourth with $491.50 at 1:56 p.m. ET after 14 trades. That is relentless pressure building under the podium. Two hours left in Market Mayhem, and SVR Raju still commands the summit with a tournament net of $3,137.40 as of 2 p.m. ET, the throne glowing while the pack scrambles below.
STLD printed plus $495.33 at 1:58 p.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Gholi, a tidy impulse that stabilizes him at $674.21 overall as of 2 p.m. ET, statistically compressing the gap to third.
GHRS detonates again, negative $3,451.55 at 1:56 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Gholi, and the red combo keeps stacking.
From outside the podium to silver contention, By 2 p.m. ET, Javier Madali at $701.78 is breathing down first place while the elevator division shakes.
STLD keeps flashing green at 1:58 p.m. ET, and Ravi Kiran Kohli is right there at $674.21 as of 2 p.m. ET. This podium fight is a coin flip.
But at the bottom of the arena, Varaprasad Kohli bleeds at negative $4,000.54 as of 2 p.m. ET after that relentless GHRS and ASTS barrage. This is survival trading now. (2:04 p.m. ET), and SVR Raju still commands the elevator division with a tournament net of $3,137.40 as of 2:04 p.m. ET, 11 trades deep and guarding that $1,000 throne.
Kukal Gursali hasn't moved an inch and still sits third with $699.20 as of 2:04 p.m. ET on just 2 trades, which is either discipline or pure stubborn genius.
GHRS just slammed negative $2,462.54 at 2:03 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Kohli, and that ticker is absolutely free falling.
ASTS piles on with another negative $1,076.32 at 2:03 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Kohli, and the red candles are stacking like dominoes.
And ADBE chips in negative $840.69 at 2:03 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Kohli, turning a bad afternoon into a full-blown margin horror story.
KR detonates again negative $6,936.50 at 2:03 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and the floor just keeps dropping out.
Sobbing trade, 1 symbol, and a tournament net of negative $7,038 as of 2:04 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. That is conviction without mercy.
14 trades and NS and Saji is clinging to $491.50 as of 2:04 p.m. ET. That 5th place grind is pure stamina.
With 1 hour 56 minutes left, Harsh Tambat stands at $299.38 as of 2:04 p.m. ET, and the $250 third prize is still mathematically within striking distance. Market Mayhem at 2:08 p.m. ET, and it is Ansan versus Alpha Man, rank 4 against rank 5 in a pure elevator division grudge match.
As of 2:08 p.m. ET, Anson holds $491.50, while Alphaman stands at $351.14, a spread of roughly $140, separating fourth from fifth.
Peak drama, Ansan blasted to $1,092 at 11:01 a.m. ET, while Alphaman topped at $723.20 at 1:02 p.m. ET. That is altitude difference.
Consider the troughs. Anson dipped to negative $4.50 at 9:35 a.m. ET, whereas Alphaman fell to negative $110.15 at 12:36 p.m. ET, materially deeper downside variance.
Groaning. Alphaman at $351.14 as of 2:08 p.m. ET still carries $67.23 unrealized, meaning some of that edge is floating in the wind.
Gasping share count is basically a tie, 2,700 for Ansan versus 2,684 for Alphaman. As of 2:08 p.m. ET, they are trading almost punch for punch.
Both have rotated through three stocks by 2:08 p.m. ET, identical breadth but distinctly different efficiency curves.
Rank 4 Anson at $491.50 versus rank 5 Alpha Man at $351.14 as of 2:08 p.m. ET. That gap is the difference between breathing room and pressure.
But at 2:07 p.m. ET, STLD fired back plus $393.42 for Alphaman. That is a counterpunch.
Realized structure favors Anson, $491.50, locked at 2:08 p.m. ET compared with Alphaman's $283.91 realized portion at the same timestamp.
Groaning. Alphaman's swing from negative $110.15 at 12:36 p.m. ET to $351.14 at 2:08 p.m. ET is impressive, but that deeper drawdown leaves scars.
The efficiency ratio favors Anson at 2:08 p.m. ET, higher net profit with comparable share volume, statistically superior capital usage.
With 1 hour 52 minutes left after 2:08 p.m. ET, Ansan defends fourth at $491.50, and Alpha Man hunts from $351.14. This duel is alive.
Ansan versus Alphaman at 2:08 p.m. ET. Green versus green, but only one can lock down that climb toward the podium money.
Two twelve p.m. ET, and the throne is still blazing. SVR Araju commanding $3,137.40 on the tournament net as of 2:12 p.m. ET. 11 trades forged into pure dominance.
Memem just spiked again, plus $385 at 2:11 p.m. ET for Javier Madali, and that trampoline bounce keeps him glued to the top three.
The 2:11 p.m. ET impulse of plus $385 on MMM represents a volatility capture event, incrementally reinforcing Javier Madali's equity curve stability.
Gaspin, TSLA snaps back negative $323.82 at 2:11 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangali. Momentum give it, and momentum taketh away.
GHRS again, negative $2,382.62 at 2:11 p.m. ET for Varaprazat Goli, and that ticker is just relentless.
The clustering of losses, ASTS negative $1,310.68 and ADBE negative $766, both at 2:11 p.m. ET, suggests correlated downside exposure for Varaprasad Goli.
Groaning. Back-to-back prints on Kara negative $7,603.50 at 2:10 p.m. ET, and worse at 2:11 p.m. ET. That's not volatility, that's punishment.
14 trades deep, and NSN Sadji still holding $491.50 on the tournament net as of 2:12 p.m. ET. This podium fight is getting tight.
2:16 p.m. ET, and the summit still belongs to SVR RAJU, $3,137.40 on the tournament net as of 2:16 p.m. ET. 11 trades in absolute command of Market Mayhem.
MM is a rocket again, plus $442 at 2:13 p.m. ET, plus $410 at 2:14 p.m. ET for Jaivir Medali. That ticker is pure green velocity.
The clustered MMM impulses at 2:11, 2:13, and 2:14 p.m. ET form a tight volatility harvest, stabilizing Jaivir Medali at $689.68 on the tournament net as of 2:16 p.m. ET.
Groaning, but TSLA clipped him for negative $323.82 at 2:11 p.m. ET, so Ravi Kirangoli sits at $393.29 tournament net as of 2:16 p.m. ET. Progress, just not podium level.
GHRS detonates again, negative $2,532.47 at 2:15 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli. That is a vertical plunge through the elevator shaft.
The multi-symbol cascade, ADBE, ASTS, GHRS, compresses Varaprasad Goli to negative $4,897.88 on the tournament net as of 2:16 p.m. ET, statistically severe drawdown territory.
Mid-board warriors still brawling. Ayan Sayan Saji at $491.50 on the tournament net as of 2:16 p.m. ET. 14 trades and hunting that $250 third prize with 1 hour 44 left. $2:20 p.m. ET, and the summit is blazing. SVR RJU stands at a $3,137.40 tournament net as of 2:20 p.m. ET. 11 trades carved into pure dominance with 1 hour and 40 minutes left.
Just detonated again, plus $410 at 2:14 p.m. ET for Javier Medali, and that shove rockets his tournament net to $684.78 as of 2:20 p.m. ET. Third place is alive.
Gas, but TSLA snaps back. Negative $312.48 at 2:16 p.m. ET, and another negative $349.02 at 2:19 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. That ticker is throwing elbows in the mid-pack.
Groaning. And AST's piles on negative $1,406.16 at 2:15 p.m. ET, and deeper cuts through 2:19 p.m. ET, leaving Varaprasad Goli at negative $5,116.99 on the tournament net as of 2:20 p.m. ET. That's structural damage.
The cumulative effect places Sudhir Kumar Chitla at negative $8,690 on the tournament net as of 2:20 p.m. ET, a single symbol concentration event of remarkable severity.
At 2:20 p.m. ET, Manish Kapoor sits at negative $767 on the tournament net, 6 trades and still digging for daylight.
4 hours and 50 minutes down, 1 hour and 40 to go. And as of 2:20 p.m. ET, SVR Araju still commands $3,137.40 on the tournament net. The elevator doors are shaking, but the king has not stepped out. At 2:24 p.m. ET, SVR Araju still reigns supreme with a $3,137.40 tournament net, 11 trades of disciplined fire, and a massive moat over the field.
Laikan Gorsali is third at 2:24 p.m. ET with $699.20 tournament net, 2 trades doing heavy lifting but still staring up at a $2,000 ceiling.
CDW just blasted plus $315 at 2:21 p.m. ET for Neeraj Arora, and that green jolt shoved him right back into the mid-table fight.
Gasping STLD erupts plus $374.46 at 2:19 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli, a steel-forged comeback that slices through earlier TSLA weakness.
Crying loudly, ASTS slams another negative $1,788.08 at 2:23 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, and it is just relentless red waterfall action.
The clustering is severe. GHRS dropped negative $2,527.47 at 2:22 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, compounding correlated downside across multiple symbols.
And at 2:24 p.m. ET, Varaprasad Goli is buried at negative $5,166.14 tournament net, 4 trades and a textbook lesson in momentum turning savage.
Meanwhile, Ensan Saji is still grinding at $491.50 on the tournament net at 2:24 p.m. ET, 14 trades and still hunting that third place payout.
Market Mayhem's elevator division is split wide open at 2:24 p.m. ET, SVR Arju towering in first while chaos churns below, and the $1,000 crown is still blazing at the top. Ansan versus Varaprasad versus CS 1975 in Market Mayhem, and at 2:28 p.m. ET, the gap is brutal. Rank 4 against ranks 24 and 25 in a straight ladder showdown.
The momentum divergence is statistically dramatic. At 2:28 p.m. ET, Ansan shows a positive delta of 496, while Varaprasad is down 5,007.23 and CS 1975 down 8,470 over the same window.
Ansan is pure discipline, fully realized at 491.5 and 0, unrealized at 2:28 p.m. ET. That is clean execution in rank 4.
Crying loudly, ASTS slammed Varaprasad for negative 1,801.10 at 2:27 p.m. ET, and that is just one more brick on the downside tower.
At 2:26 p.m. ET, CAR registered negative 8,785.00 for CS 1975, a single symbol shock that explains the trough into negative 8,672.5 by 2:28 p.m. ET.
One is controlled green at 491.5, and the other is fully unrealized red at negative 5,054.36 as of 2:28 p.m. ET. That is risk management versus hope.
Peak drama at 2:28 p.m. ET. Ansan touched 1224 earlier, while CS 1975 never got above negative 202.5, and Varaprasad topped at negative 47.13, that is 3 totally different universes.
From the opening trough of negative 4.5 to 491.5 by 2:28 p.m. ET, Ansan has engineered a full intraday resurrection.
Sabin hit CS 1975 again for negative 8,615.00 at 2:25 p.m. ET, and that was the moment the floor just disappeared.
Structurally, at 2:28 p.m. ET, this is rank 4 stability in Ansan against rank 24 and 25 volatility spirals in Varaprasad and CS 1975.
One trader green and improving at 491.5, the other red and slipping at negative 5,054.36 as of 2:28 p.m. ET. That is momentum embodied.
Gasping with 1 hour and 32 minutes left at 2:28 p.m. ET. This trio is a live lab experiment in discipline versus drawdown versus desperation.
Final comparison at 2:28 p.m. ET. Ansan has crystallized gains. Varaprasad and CS 1975 are still floating losses, and the closing hour will mathematically decide who adapts and who implodes.
Five hours deep into Market Mayhem, and at 2:32 p.m. ET, Dayrade is still reigning with a tournament net of $3,137.40. No one has even scratched that $1,000 throne.
Javier Madali is lurking at $642.38 tournament net at 2:32 p.m. ET with 0 trades logged. 0. He is basically third place on vibes alone.
Groaning. At 2:31 p.m. ET, ADB clipped Varaprasad Goli for negative $687.49, and that is just another brick in a very deep hole.
Gasping and rewind to 2:30 p.m. ET, ASTS slammed him for negative $1,953 in one shot. That is a full elevator drop.
KR just detonated again. Negative $9,000 at 2:31 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. That is a crater you can see from orbit.
As of 2:32 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla is sitting at negative $8,914 tournament net 1 ticker. Catastrophic leverage, brutal lesson.
CDW popped plus $315 at 2:27 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, mid-table trying to rocket back into the money.
Groaning, but TSLA yanked negative $338.94 at 2:31 p.m. ET for Ravi Kiran Goli give and take, and the tape usually takes more.
And at 2:32 p.m. ET in Nenson, Saji is holding $491.50 tournament net with 14 trades, steady pressure just outside that $250 podium slot. Five hours and 6 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar is still the apex predator with a tournament net of $3,137.40 at 2:36 p.m. ET, untouched, unbothered, unchallenged.
Screaming Judge just slammed Sudhir Kumar Chitla for negative $89.7 at 2:36 p.m. ET. One symbol, absolute devastation.
Thide leaves Sudhir Kumar Chitla sitting at negative $8,977 tournament net at 2:36 p.m. ET, dead last and buried by a single oversized bet.
ASTS detonates again, negative $2,321.90 at 2:36 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, and the red candle just keeps stretching.
Varaprasad Goli now registers negative $5,694.05 tournament net at 2:36 p.m. ET, an accelerating drawdown profile across ASTS, GHRS, and ADBE.
Even with the turbulence, Ravi Kirangoli stands at $153.32 tournament net at 2:36 p.m. ET, mid-pack but still alive in the elevator.
Gaspin DW flipped the switch, plus $300 at 2:32 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, and that comeback energy is real.
That lift places Niraj Arora at $325 tournament net at 2:36 p.m. ET, fifth place, and quietly stabilizing after earlier volatility.
Groaning down the basement, Manish Kapoor is sitting at negative $767 tournament net at 2:36 p.m. ET, 6 trades and not much to show for it.
5 hours and 10 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JR Dollar still reigns supreme with a cumulative $3,137.40 at 2:40 p.m. ET, untouched, unbothered, unshaken at the top of the elevator.
Javier Madali is right there with $625.18 at 2:40 p.m. ET and 0 trades logged on the board. He is hovering in third like a sniper, waiting for one clean shot.
At 2:39 p.m. ET, ASTS ripped another negative $2,417.38 from Varaprasad Goli, dragging his tournament net to negative $5,931.15 at 2:40 p.m. ET. This isn't volatility, it's punishment.
The clustering is statistically severe between 2:33 p.m. ET and 2:39 p.m. ET. ASTS, GHRS, and ADB each printed successive four-figure losses for Varaprasad Goli, a cascading multi-symbol drawdown spiral.
At 2:35 p.m. ET, TSLA clipped Ravi Kiran Goli for negative $311.22, giving back part of that earlier STLD strength. He's at $355.31 tournament net at 2:40 p.m. ET and bleeding altitude.
1 hour and 20 minutes remain in the trading day, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla is staring up from negative $9,534.50 at 2:40 p.m. ET. The comeback story would need to be legendary. "5 hours and 14 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW Dollar is still reigning supreme with $3,137.40 tournament net at 2:44 p.m. ET. No one has even cracked 4 digits behind him.
Javier Madali is hovering in third with $589.47 at 2:44 p.m. ET and 0 trades logged. 0. That is sniper level patience.
At 2:43 p.m. ET, car slammed Sudhir Kumar Chitla for negative $9,331.50 on the symbol, and he's buried at negative $9,533.50 tournament net at 2:44 p.m. ET. One trade, maximum pain.
Gas pick at 2:38 p.m. ET. GHRS detonated for negative $2,502.50 and ADB clipped another negative $788.98 for Varaprasad Goli. 3 symbols, non-stop damage.
The cumulative effect places Varaprasad Goli at negative $5,836.14 tournament net as of 2:44 p.m. ET, a statistically severe drawdown cluster concentrated in ASTS, GHRS, and ADBE.
And SAN Saji grinding with 14 trades and $491.50 tournament net at 2:44 p.m. ET, Volume Warrior Energy just outside the podium. Five hours and 18 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JW Dollar is still untouchable with $3,137.40 in cumulative tournament P&L as of 2:48 p.m. ET, over $3 grand and staring down that $1,000 throne.
And Javier Madali is clinging to that top three stack with $568.82 as of 2:48 p.m. ET. Zero trades logged, but still on the podium. That is pure efficiency chaos.
Groaning. At 2:47 p.m. ET, GHRS ripped another negative $2,522.48 from Varaprasad Goli. Same minute, ADB shaved off $980.48 and ASTs drilled him for negative $2,269.82. That's a triple bleed in 60 seconds.
The cumulative effect is severe. Sudhir Kumar Chitla now sits at negative $9,408.50 in cumulative tournament P&L as of 2:48 p.m. ET, the deepest drawdown in the entire field.
1 hour and 12 minutes left until the closing bell, and the elevator division is split in two. Contenders guarding green, casualties drowning in red, and every tick from here is destiny. 2:56 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar is still reigning supreme with a tournament net of $3,137.40 as of 2:56 p.m. ET, 11 trades deep and guarding that $1,000 throne.
Groaning. That car position leaves Surya Kumar Chitla buried at negative $10,041.50 on the tournament net as of 2:56 p.m. ET, dead last and digging.
The repeated ASTS and GHRS downside impulses into 2:55 p.m. ET statistically culminate in Varaprasad Kohli holding negative $5,403.40 on the tournament net as of 2:56 p.m. ET, an extreme outlier to field median.
Chuck Lakangosali still sitting second with $699.20 on the tournament net as of 2:56 p.m. ET on just 2 trades, watching the chaos without flinching.
NSA Ansaji remains fourth with $491.50 on the cumulative tournament ledger as of 2:56 p.m. ET, 14 trades indicating sustained engagement rather than isolated spikes.
$3 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar still reigns supreme with a tournament net of $3,137.40 as of 3 p.m. ET, 11 trades forged into a $1,000 first place fortress.
CDW just ripped plus $322.50 at 2:56 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, and that jolt rockets him to $194.25 on the tournament board as of 3 p.m. ET.
Between 2:53 and 2:59 p.m. ET, ASTS and GHRS stacked repeated
ASTS
losses
slams
exceeding
again,
$2,000
negative
each for Varaprasad Kohli, a statistically
$2,109.24
violent
at
drawdown sequence.
2:59 p.m. ET.
Groan detonated
for
negative
Varaprasad Kohli, and the red combo
$10,173.50
refuses
at
to stop.
2:57 p.m. ET for Surya Kumar Chitla, and that single ticker basically buried the account.
Gasping, It started at 2:53 p.m. ET with CAR down $9,800.50 and just kept cascading. This is maximum volatility chaos.
And SA Ain Shaji remains third with $491.50 on the cumulative tournament net as of 3 p.m. ET, 14 trades reflecting high engagement but controlled exposure.
Javier Madley holds $459.28 on the tournament net as of 3 p.m. ET, still within striking distance of that $250 third place prize.
And Sudhir Kumar Chitla is down negative $10,106 on the tournament net as of 3 p.m. ET after that CR spiral. This lobby is brutal.
1 hour left in Market Mayhem, and JAW stands untouched at $3,137.40 as of 3 p.m. ET. Can anyone crack the throne before the closing bell? $3:04 p.m. ET, and JAW still reigns with a tournament net of $3,137.40 as of 3:04 p.m. ET, 11 trades in absolute control of the elevator division.
CDW flips green plus $350 at 3:01 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, and that snap just jolted his momentum heading into the final hour.
That 3:01 p.m. ET CDW impulse of plus $350 materially improves Niraj Arora's equity slope, a statistically meaningful recovery event.
ASTS hammers again, negative $2,039.80 at 3:03 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli, and the red storm just will not let up.
Grown just printed negative $9,795 at 3:03 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. And that's not a dip, that's a crater.
And 1 minute earlier, at 3:02 p.m. ET CARE, blasted negative $9,868.50 for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. The engine is completely on fire.
The clustering across ASTS, GHRS, and ADBE into 3:03 p.m. ET reflects correlated downside exposure for Varaprasad Goli, explaining the deeply negative tournament net of $-5,373.35 as of 3:04 p.m. ET.
Chakir Sansaji is right there at $491.50 on the tournament net as of 3:04 p.m. ET, 14 trades and basically breathing down third place's neck.
3:08 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar still reigns supreme with $3,137.40 on the tournament net as of 3:08 p.m. ET, 11 trades, and the throne is untouched.
CDW just flipped the script at 3:07 p.m. ET plus $417.50 for Niraj Arora, and that green candle wides him upward.
The CDW sequence at 3:06 and 3:07 p.m. ET represents consecutive upside impulses, a $352.50 gain followed by $417.50, indicating accelerating positive convexity for Niraj Arora.
Groaning. That wasn't a one-off either. Car printed negative $10,035 at 3:01 p.m. ET and kept bleeding into 3:07 p.m. ET. That's how you torture bracket.
Screaming ass TS will not stop. Negative $2,170 at 3:02 p.m. ET and more red stacking at 3:03 and 3:04 p.m. ET. For Varaprasad Goli, it's combo damage.
Mid-board pressure cooker, AN Sansaji, holding $491.50 on the tournament net as of 3:08 p.m. ET, 14 trades and guarding that podium edge.
After that CDW blast at 3:07 p.m. ET, Niraj Arora is back in the hunt with $371.75 on the tournament net as of 3:08 p.m. ET. This ladder is climbable.
52 minutes left until the bell, and Sudhir Kumar Chitla is staring at negative $9,189.50 on the tournament net as of 3:08 p.m. ET. Market Mayhem is merciless. $3:12 p.m. ET and JAW dollar still reigns supreme. $3,137.40 on the tournament net as of 3:12 p.m. ET, 11 trades, and nobody has even touched the throne.
CDW combo streak plus $352.50 at 3:06 p.m. ET, plus $417.50 at 3:07 p.m. ET, and a huge plus $480 at 3:08 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora. That is pure green acceleration.
KR is in free fall again. negative $9,203 at 3:07 p.m. ET, negative $9,291 at 3:09 p.m. ET, and a crushing negative $9,440 at 3:11 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla.
As TS keeps stacking red, negative $1,814.12 at 3:05 p.m. ET, negative $1,870.54 at 3:07 p.m. ET, negative $1,809.78 at 3:09 p.m. ET. It is relentless pressure on Varaprasad Gori.
Mid-board pressure cooker, Ayan Sayan Saji, holding $491.50 on the tournament net as of 3:12 p.m. ET with 14 trades, grinding for that final podium leap. $3:16 p.m. ET, and JW Dollar still commands the summit with $3,137.40 on the tournament net as of 3:16 p.m. ET. 44 minutes left, and the throne is untouched.
CDW just keeps printing plus $507.50 at 3:13 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora. That is a green trampoline straight back into the top 5 fight.
Groaning. ASTS clipped Varaprasad Goli for negative $2,165.66 at 3:15 p.m. ET, and ADB piled on negative $980.48 at 3:15 p.m. ET. That's compounding damage in real time.
The cumulative impact leaves Sudhir Kumar Chitla at negative $9,175 on the tournament net as of 3:16 p.m. ET, a single symbol exposure event of exceptional magnitude.
Varaprasad Goli is now sitting at negative $5,461.20 on the tournament net as of 3:16 p.m. ET. The elevator has dropped to the basement and the cables are screaming.
Javer Madali is locked at $497.72 on the tournament net as of 3:16 p.m. ET. 0 trades logged, but still clinging to podium territory. Don't blink.
3:20 p.m. ET, and the throne is untouched. JW dollar stands at $3,137.40 on the tournament net as of 3:20 p.m. ET. 11 trades in a canyon between first and the rest.
Screamer just keeps detonating, negative $9,440 at 3:11 p.m. ET, and another negative $9,299 at 3:12 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. That ticker is a falling piano.
Gasping ASTS slams Varaprasad goalie again, negative $2,013.76 at 3:13 p.m. ET, negative $2,165.66 at 3:15 p.m. ET. Relentless red pressure.
CDW flips green for Naraj Arora plus $507.50 at 3:13 p.m. ET, and another plus $460 at 3:16 p.m. ET. That is a momentum snap.
40 minutes left, and Ansan Saji is grinding at $491.50 tournament net as of 3:20 p.m. ET, 14 trades, and still hunting that $250 third place payout.
Crying loudly Estes negative $2,130.94 at 3:14 p.m. ET. ADBE negative $919.20 at 3:14 p.m. ET. It is a red avalanche on every screen for Varaprasad Goli.
.36 minutes left in Market Mayhem, and at 3:24 p.m. ETJA Dawa is still dominating the elevator with a $3,137.40 tournament net. That $1,000 crown is glowing.
CDW just ripped plus $460 at 3:16 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora, and that green spike keeps him alive in the mid-table brawl.
Meanwhile, at 3:24 p.m. ET, Sansaji is parked at $491.50 tournament net after 14 trades. Steady grind, but still staring up at third place.
Gaspy ASTS detonated again at 3:23 p.m. ET for negative $1,953 on Varaprasad Goli, and the downside momentum is absolutely feral.
At 3:23 p.m. ET car registered negative $10050 for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, a statistically catastrophic single-symbol drawdown.
At 3:24 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla sits at negative 10,111.5 on the tournament net. And that is not volatility, that is a crater.
Do not sleep on Jayaveer Madali at 3:24 p.m. ET, holding $515.32 tournament net with 0 trades logged. That is third place on pure positioning power.
The clustering of ASTS, ADBE, and GHRS losses between 3:20 p.m. and 3:23 p.m. ET suggests correlated downside exposure for Varaprasad Goli, a compounding effect rather than isolated error.
$3:28 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar still reigns with a tournament net of $3,137.40. As of 3:28 p.m. ET, the $1,000 throne is glowing and nobody is even within striking distance.
Javier Madali is kinging to third with $492.97 tournament net at 3:28 p.m. ET, and 0 trades logged. 0. He is literally defending a podium with vibes.
CDW ignited at 3:24 p.m. ET for Niraj Arora with plus $412.50, a clean momentum burst that rockets him back into the mid-table fight.
And ADB piled on another negative $944.10 at 3:27 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli. It is just red candle after red candle.
Groan just keeps detonating for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, negative $10,200 at 3:26 p.m. ET, and still negative $9,882.50 at 3:27 p.m. ET. That is not trading, that is structural damage.
Varaprasad Goli now shows negative $5,118.41 tournament net as of 3:28 p.m. ET, a drawdown profile dominated by ASTS and ADBE concentration risk.
Gasping 32 minutes left in Market Mayhem, and the top 3 are separated by less than $1 between third and fourth. This podium is sweating.
6 hours in the market mayhem and only 28 minutes left on the elevator clock. This is PNA underscore indicator versus Varaprasad for pure survival.
As of 3:32 p.m. ET, PNA underscore indicator stands rank 6 with $203.25 total PNL, while Varaprasad sits rank 25 at negative $5,246.31, a staggering performance gap.
Look at the swing. PNA underscore indicator ripped from negative $436 at 11:07 a.m. ET to a peak of $466.25 at 2:26 p.m. ET, while Varaprasad slid from negative 47.13 at 10:06 a.m. ET down to negative 5,817.51 at 2:41 p.m. ET.
Activity levels are inverted. By 3:32 p.m. ET, Varaprasad has traded 3,249 shares across 4 stocks, more than double PNA indicator's 1550 shares across the same 4 names.
But at 3:31 p.m. ET, AAPL clipped negative $316.50 for PNA underscore indicator, dragging that line from 526.5 down to 210 just as fast.
At 3:31 p.m. ET, ASTS slammed Varaprasad for negative $1,987.72, plunging that running total from negative 3,316.7 to negative 5304.42 exclamation mark.
Contrast that late tape at 3:32 p.m. ET. PNA underscore indicator is positive $203.25 overall, whereas Varaprasad remains negative $5,246.31, reflecting opposite closing trajectories.
Rank 6 versus rank 25 with 28 minutes left. PNA indicator protecting green territory, while Varaprasad fights pure drawdown physics.
Statistically, the recovery arc from negative 436 at 11:07 a.m. ET to positive 203.25 at 3:32 p.m. ET marks a controlled volatility compression for PNA underscore indicator.
By 3:32 p.m. ET, it is discipline versus damage, $203.25 in the green against negative 5,246.31 in the red, and the elevator only rewards one direction. Six hours in the market mayhem, and JAW dollar still commands the elevator with $3,137.40 in cumulative tournament PNL at 3:36 p.m. ET, $3 grand clear and guarding that $1,000 throne.
At 3:35 p.m. ET, KR just nuked Sudhir Kumar Chitla for negative $10,298.50 on the symbol. This ticker is an extinction event.
Droning. That leaves Sudhir Kumar Chitla at negative $10,076 in cumulative tournament PNL at 3:36 p.m. ET. Last place by a canyon, and it's almost entirely KR.
Gas Pink ESTS again at 3:35 p.m. ET. Negative $1,879.22 for Varaprasad Gulli. And the red candles are stacking like dominoes.
But CDW flipped the script at 3:34 p.m. ET plus $600 for Niraj Arora, and that surge keeps him alive in the top 5 fight. And don't forget an SAN Saji, 14 trades deep and holding $491.50 in cumulative tournament P&L at 3:36 p.m. ET, grinding just dollars away from the podium. Six hours and 10 minutes in the market mayhem, and this elevator compare is pure drama. 20 minutes left and the $1,000 throne is still blazing.
Dead_cat_bounce at rank 1 with 3,137.4 at 3:40 p.m. ET is light years ahead of Varaprasad at negative 5,379.59 and Chida at 40 at 3:40 p.m. ET. This gap is interstellar.
At 3:39 p.m. ET, AST slammed Varaprasad for negative 2,000.74, and that kind of late bleed explains why he's drowning in red.
Compare the momentum. Dead cat bounce ripped a 3,158.75 climb into 3:40 p.m. ET, while Chidda is up just 45 into 3:40 p.m. ET. Same direction, but totally different horsepower.
Chidda's entire 40 at 3:40 p.m. ET remains unrealized, suggesting a patient hold strategy rather than aggressive profit-taking.
Shares traded tells the temperament. 4,040 for dead_cat_bounce, 3,249 for Varaprasad, and 2,000 for Chidda, all logged by 3:40 p.m. ET, three very different engines.
Both active, both in 4 stocks by 3:40 p.m. ET, but one turns 4 tickers into 3,137.4 and the other into negative 5379.59 exclamation mark.
Dead_cat_bounce peaked at 3,137.4 by 3:40 p.m. ET, whereas Chidda's peak was 240 before settling at 40 at 3:40 p.m. ET. Very different volatility signatures.
Dead_cat_bounce sitting at 3,137.4 at 3:40 p.m. ET with zero unrealized risk. That is a locked vault heading into the final 20 minutes.
Mathematically, the delta of 3,158.75 into 3:40 p.m. ET for dead_cat_bounce versus negative 5,332.46 for Varaprasad into 3:40 p.m. ET represents opposite momentum vectors.
One trader storms from negative 21.35 to 3,137.4 by 3:40 p.m. ET. The other swings from negative 180 to 240 before landing at 40 at 3:40 p.m. ET. That's dominance versus survival.
Strategically, one has banked gains, one is floating losses, and one is cautiously positive at 40 at 3:40 p.m. ET. Three distinct endgame profiles.
Six hours and 14 minutes into Market Mayhem, and JAW Dollar still commands the elevator division with $3,137.40 on the tournament net as of 3:44 p.m. ET. 16 minutes left and the throne is untouched.
Screamer just keeps detonating at 3:43 p.m. ET. It slammed negative $11,236.50 on the symbol for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and the tape is pure red chaos.
And ASTS hammers again at 3:43 p.m. ET, negative $1,701.28 for Varaprasad Goli. This ticker has been a red hurricane all afternoon.
The cumulative effect positions Varaprasad Goli at negative $5,189.38 on the tournament net as of 3:44 p.m. ET, a statistically extreme drawdown cluster.
Meanwhile, Javier Madali holds third with $648.93 on the tournament net as of 3:44 p.m. ET, zero trades logged, and still on the podium. That is sniper discipline. 3:48 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar still stands atop Market Mayhem with $3,137.40 in cumulative tournament P&L as of 3:48 p.m. ET, 12 minutes left, and the throne is untouched.
Screaming W just exploded for plus $500.07 at 3:47 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli, and that spike catapults him up to $371.42 on the tournament net as of 3:48 p.m. ET. Momentum monster online.
But APP slices back at 3:47 p.m. ET, negative $391.75 for Niraj Arora, and the late game bleed is real.
Gas speed detonates again at 3:47 p.m. ET for negative $11,364, and Sadir Kumar Chitla is getting absolutely steamrolled by one ticker.
With cumulative tournament P&L at negative $12,033 as of 3:48 p.m. ET, Sudhir Kumar Chitla now represents the most severe drawdown profile in the entire elevator division.
ASTS, GHRS, ADBE, one after another, into 3:46 p.m. ET, and Varaprasad Goli is hammered down to negative $5,276.18 on the cumulative board as of 3:48 p.m. ET. 12 minutes left in Market Mayhem. JAW dollar leads at $3,137.40. Challenges scrambling beneath, and every tick from here decides who rides the elevator to glory. $3:52 p.m. ET, and JAW dollar still rules Market Mayhem with $3,137.40 on the tournament net as of 3:52 p.m. ET, 8 minutes left, and the throne is untouched.
TSLA just slammed negative $388.08 at 3:51 p.m. ET for Ravi Kirangoli. Massive late session volatility spike.
Just 1 minute earlier at 3:50 p.m. ET, STLD printed plus $357.87 for Ravi Kirangoli, a sharp bullish impulse immediately countered by Tesla downside.
Gasping, and ASTS piles on negative $1,588.44 at 3:51 p.m. ET for Varaprasad Goli. Back-to-back hits in the final stretch.
Groenigteg ripped negative $12,018.50 at 3:51 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla, and that single symbol keeps dragging him deeper.
The cumulative ledger now shows Sudhir Kumar Chitla at negative $12,149 on the tournament net as of 3:52 p.m. ET, statistically detached from the field.
Meanwhile, Jayaveer Madali holds third with $601.83 on the tournament net as of 3:52 p.m. ET, defending that $250 payout spot with 0 trades today, pure scoreboard pressure. $3:56 p.m. ET and JW dollar still stands untouchable with $3,137.40 on the tournament net as of 3:56 p.m. ET. 4 minutes left and the $1,000 throne is glowing.
Jayaveer Madali remains second with $739.03 on the cumulative tournament ledger as of 3:56 p.m. ET, a statistically firm hold on the $500 tier.
KR detonates again, negative $12,276 at 3:53 p.m. ET and negative $12,236.50 at 3:55 p.m. ET for Sudhir Kumar Chitla. This is in-game carnage.
Gaspine slams Varaprasad Goli again. Negative $1,753.36 at 3:52 p.m. ET and negative $1,948.66 at 3:55 p.m. ET. This chart is a vertical drop.
NSA and Saji holding strong at $491.50 on the tournament net as of 3:56 p.m. ET. 14 trades and still alive in that fight for the final payout slot.